Yeah.
I step up in this game like I'm hammering nails. Earth's a flat plane, listen up, I'll tell you tales. Home Depot vibes on my tools, no fails. Level up my vision while the world just derails. Sharon said it first, now I'm chasing the truth. First wanna know, is he chilling or aloof? Now I'm flexing with the facts while they playing the fool. Flat earth, no curve, I'm breaking all the rules. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. Like a Home Depot. Rolling deep through Antarctica, you know what's up. Snowflakes in the air, yeah, we sipping from the cup. Well, Duffy said, trust me, I came out of the blue. Started from the hustle, now I'm building my crew. Wait, I'm stacking up truth like I'm lumber from the store. Got the blueprint, baby, I'm ready for war. See the horizon straight, no dip in my sight. Thug life on the flat, bringing knowledge to the fight. This life, Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So I'm here to break walls, I'm kicking down doors, hash street life, I'm hustling, what's mine is ours. A whole new vision, we gon' stack and we gon' rise. With my crew by my side, we defy all the lies. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on a 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on our 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. Like a Home Depot. Like a Home Depot.
And we're off. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Welcome to BALLBUSTERS, episode 138, I think. BALLBUSTERS 138. Yeah, a Trojan electrostatic horse into the belly of the infidel. Let's throw it on over to Discord and see if there's any VC in the VC. Are there any VCs over there?
Good evening. Welcome to BALLBUSTERS.
Let's sound excited.
I hope everyone's having a wonderful day.
I'm already getting rumpus.
Yeah.
10 minutes ago, I was excited.
10 minutes in intro. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, the intro. Sorry, I wanted to combine them. It just came to me.
Surprised he didn't speak up as the VC.
He's wise ass. Yeah. Do we want to play the intros again?
No. What was Neil referring to? Was he referring to that warrior guy?
Yes.
Your new pet?
Yeah.
How is your boy? Synthetic warrior.
Nice one.
I don't know. I haven't talked to Z since, what is today? Saturday? Last Tuesday?
Keep a shorter leash on that boy.
Yeah, you're gonna follow on with it. Well, we'll see how it goes.
That's right. Absolutely correct. We will.
All right. All right. So Adam said, oh my God.
Neil.
Sorry.
The fucking guy. I'm telling you what, Neil. I'm going to put you on mute just for general purpose. Damn.
Covering today.
Mr. Electrostatics, didn't you get it from the title? A Trojan electrostatic horse into the belly of the infidel. What does that tell you?
I didn't read the title, but now I've heard it. It means nothing to me. What are we covering again?
Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball and his affinity for electrostatics, of which he has no clue of. He just parrots the headline. Huh?
You see the clip I sent you? I don't know what I was doing. I was cleaning the hi-fi thing and got my iPad in front of me. I'm watching Behavior Panel, I think. And then suddenly I hear my youngest daughter go, "It's a ping pong golf ball."
Yes, I seen it.
I
Yeah.
my iPad immediately and pressed record. I went, "What did you just say?" She went, "Ping pong golf ball." I went, "What do you mean?" She's like, it goes back and forth and then you pick it up and you whack it. It's a ping pong golf ball. Completely unprompted.
She is so cute. My goodness. I saw that video. It was very cute.
Yeah. And you ping and you pong and you ping and you pong and you fall down and you lose.
I'd love to see someone play table tennis with golf clubs. That'd be funny.
Yeah, you got to have special paddles. Yeah. All right. Well, like I was saying before, I was friggin' trampled on on Neil's open mic. Adam said he's going to be just a touch late, and he needs to be here because I'm never going to hear the end of it if I start this without him here. So let's give it a few minutes. Let's see where we're at. Sure, there's other things we could talk about before Adam gets here. Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about Neil.
Yeah.
So Neil, I guess he said he got a phone call. Since I'm not trying to offend you, Neil, but since you know that it unmutes when you get a phone call, you got to be on it because you can expect it since you know it always happens.
Or there's a setting that you can change if you just looked into it. I'm sure there's a setting somewhere that could stop.
Stop mumbling.
There's a setting he could change on his phone.
You English landers have a tendency to mumble.
I was looking at my iPad.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
It's all right.
I don't think there's a setting because it's kind of like a glitch in Discord, so it's a bug on their end.
Mm.
Okay, Samsung tech support. Thank you for your advice.
Yep.
You know what I want to know? Who the hell gets upset over tick identification?
I
Ah,
don't know.
QE, of course.
Tech identification. What do you mean?
We're in a voice chat the other day, and we were talking about. I can't remember. Was it in the after show?
No, it's in 24/7.
What? Oh, okay. Yeah. And
And yeah, I was trying to identify the tick that he was referring to over there, and he got mad that I was doing that. But who does that? Oh yeah, QE.
and she came back and she posted a message. Who in the world gets angry over tick identification? I recognize it. I lost it.
People get angry over like all sorts of trivial stuff nowadays.
Well, she was trying
Yeah,
to
like
steal.
QE.
She was trying to steal my thunder. I was trying to search for it, the Lone Star tech, right? Because I had just learned about it a few years ago, and I was in the archery shop, and they were talking about it, and I was saying, you guys are full of it. And turns out to be true. It's called the alpha Gale syndrome. It's an ironic nightmare because most people that get bit, not all people, but most people that get bit by this tick, the Lone Star tick who carries the alpha Gale syndrome, are hunters. And alpha Gale gives you an allergy to red meat. It's like it's an ironic creature from hell.
So true.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
then-
if you got the allergy, yeah, so go ahead.
Well, I was talking to my friend about it, a childhood friend last week, and we were talking about when we were kids, because I grew up in Pennsylvania in the woods, right? So we spent all our time in the wood line. And then in the military, I was down in Georgia and then Louisiana for copious amounts of time in the woods. And ticks was never an issue that I remember. Now, there were chiggers and snakes and spiders and all kinds of things, but never ticks. So what the hell has happened over the past 25 to 30 years?
It's a conspiracy. You haven't heard of it?
Uh-uh.
That the government's dropping ticks all over the place.
See, for some reason, while you were saying that, I was thinking you were talking about like ticks, as in like the verified tick that you get if you pay 15 quid to X. That's what I thought you were talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Verification tick.
I don't know what you're talking about. And I don't
It
really know.
reminds me of a story my dad used to tell me about when he was a teacher in Zambia. Isn't a joke. He was actually a teacher. I'm not just joking.
Okay.
Anyway, it was at Niagara Falls. Not Niagara Falls. Victoria Falls.
What the hell?
The tallest water. You know Victoria Falls? It's like the tallest waterfall.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was out there with this nun. Right, there's a whole series of nuns in this school. This nun's got this dog, right? The dog runs up to the river because they're on the plateau, the top of the waterfall. This dog runs into the river and gets swept up by the river. Obviously, it's heading towards the falls. This nun runs after the dog. Try and get the dog to stop it, obviously going over the waterfall. My dad runs after the nun. There's a dog getting swept down the river, nun running after it, about to jump into the river. My dad wrestling this nun, stop her from going into the river. He's explaining to me, I'm like, well, why didn't you just let her get the dog? And I'm like, he explained to me that she'd be dead too. I'm like, well, what happened to the dog? Well, what do you think happened to the dog? The dog's dead. The nun's not dead, and I'm not dead. That's all that matters. Anyway.
What the hell possessed you to tell us a depressing story like that for?
No reason at all, really.
What did that have to do with ticks?
Nothing at all.
You lack transition skills.
No, dogs are susceptible to getting ticks.
Shut up.
This dog definitely never had ticks, I was told that too.
Yeah, yes, sir. Let's see what's going on there.
What about flies?
What about them? Oh, I know who you're talking about. How about the fly? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. My God.
Him.
So I wanted to add that my husband has been bitten by one of these Lone Star ticks and had an allergy to red meat briefly, but he recovered from it and got over it.
Reminds me of a story.
Oh my God.
Not again.
A story that's totally non sequitur.
I don't know about non sequitur. You wait to the end. No.
If you can wait to the end. Nice, nicely done. You can hear. I like it when you can't see the person, but you can hear the smile on their face.
Indio said
It's really
segue
rough.
fail.
Segue, yeah, we have a lot of those. That's what makes us attractive.
I'm pretty sure people in the chat would have appreciated that nun story.
It was a good damn story. I mean,
It's a true
That's
story.
not the fail.
The story's true.
I got a picture of it, right? Because I've seen Victoria Falls, but I haven't seen the river behind Victoria Falls. So as you're telling the story, I'm getting this picture because you're pretty descriptive. I mean, you could have gave a couple more descriptions, like the nun was dressed in like white and had, like the flying nun had that hat on.
I should ask, really. My dad's still alive. I should ask him. I don't know what the nun looked like. I would imagine it's not your average nun in a habit. This is out in Africa, so highly unlikely that they look like your average nun. But these are, missionaries, so maybe they did just look like your average penguin style nun.
Yeah,
I'd have to ask.
I was thinking. Price of Adam called it listen, this is a family show. He called it a frock.
Frock, yeah, that makes sense.
Is that what it's called?
I don't know. I don't know much about nuns. I've just had one nun-related story from my father, which I was told when I was growing up about back in Zambia when he was,
Yeah, with the
honest
dog.
man teaching children in Zambia.
With the dog. You sound like the guys on Snatch when they said dog. You got a dog.
They say dag. If you want to speak in pikey, just change O's for A's instead of dog. Dag.
Instead of saying us,
A-G.
say us.
Dag.
Yeah.
Some dags.
Dags, yeah. I wasn't talking about the pikeys. I was talking about the English guys. They dog. I like the way they say dog. It's a
Dogs.
dog.
I like the way Australians sound when they say the word no.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
they're like no, like that.
No.
Really
Let's
weird.
hear it,
The
Matrix.
stringy S's. Yeah, nah.
Is Matrix in here?
Nah, mate.
He left.
Did he leave?
Oh, there he is.
There he is. Say no. Say Matrix. Say no.
Yeah, nah.
Nah.
Daz is there as well.
And it's no.
Nah, mate.
I'm saying right now.
It might depend from what region of Australia you're from. I mean, it is a big place, isn't it? So
How many dialects are in Australia?
Dang Kiwi.
not as many as the UK. UK has every region has a different accent. You travel 10 minutes down the road in the UK, and you'll hear someone with a different accent.
Accent.
Matrix, how many dialects in Australia?
Would not have a clue. But
Is there a lot or not many?
yeah, there's a few, but it like Fluffy was saying, just imagine that just spread out. That's all.
Yeah.
A lot of people can pick my accent. They'll say straight away, "You're from Newcastle." I've had people from the opposite side of the country call me out on it, and I lived there for years. So yeah, there's a few.
It's like me and
North.
Nathan, right? Nathan sounds completely different to me, even though we live from the same country.
When you were saying accent there earlier, Fluffy B, Nathan said accent. He started correcting you. No one got that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm from the north. I mean, some people don't like northerners, but
Well, the further you go, the nicer people get, actually. The further south you go, the more miserable and detached and insular people become. If you get to London, it's so multicultural, nobody can hardly speak each other's language half the time, but nobody talks to anybody in London. Further north you go, the more likely people will say hello to you.
I mean, I live near Manchester, about 30 miles away from Manchester. That's how north I am.
Yeah.
I thought London was pretty friendly.
Hell no. You having a laugh?
That's kind of
I didn't think it was too bad.
It's a reification fallacy. I'll tell you that much.
People of London are scum. That's all I've got to say.
Nathan, that server I mentioned the other day across the plane, I messaged an admin about it because I can't post invite links, and he posted it in BALLBUSTER text chat. And I asked Aeon, and you're welcome there.
Yeah, he's not going to be welcome because it's not going to go well for him over there. I was in there last night, and it didn't go well.
Why not?
Yeah, that's you.
Because Aeon, what did he say?
It's just you.
That's you.
Yeah, it was me. Yeah, I don't play games, and they found out real quick.
Well, Kiwi's actually saying, just what Kiwi's actually saying is he's after getting us a bar from there, so he doesn't want Nathan to go there.
It took less than 3 seconds for me to get kicked out of that server.
Oh, then
I mean, you can always try.
I'm serious. Yeah, I was in there for a while, but when I started to go, like when we were done with all the introductions, right, and somebody asked me a question, and some moron, abject pretender clown jumped in. He had mod powers, so he just booted me right out the server like in 3 seconds. As soon as I went right back at him. Boom, gone. And then
That sounds like Patricia Steele.
And then Aeon, who she changed her name to Verity, she said, she immediately messaged me, "Oh, I'm sorry. Let's get you back in there." So I came back, and then it didn't last much longer after that.
Well, Aeon said she really wants to talk to Nathan, and the fact it's Aeon's server, she owns it.
I know that.
Yeah, so sometimes you pick up moderators who are complete assholes, right? You know.
I'm just saying that it's not going to go well. You can go.
I mean, it's up to Nathan if he wants to go. I can't force him.
She's more of the touchy-feely, no insults, rub their feet and stuff, which is, okay, you want to do that. It's not my cup of tea.
Then all
Sounds like I'm not one either, but we'll have to give it a go. We'll try other servers. I'll see if I can be on my best behaviour.
I mean, all you could do is give it a go, right? I mean,
I was on my best behavior.
Okay, yeah.
I doubt it.
What do you mean you doubt it?
Well, you said you like swearing, so that's probably why you got
I didn't
kicked.
know. I didn't swear at him. I just told him straight up. It may have been a couple swear words. Oh, my God. I'm here. I come out here May 15, 2016. I want to talk about this. Come out here May 25th, 2016. I was quite reserved. If you go back and listen to some of the old recordings, you'll find that I was quite reserved. After shut up, I'm not done.
Oh, no, it's pertinent. Somebody post QE versus Rumpus in the chat so people can actually do what QE's suggesting. Carry on.
They won't recognize who he is.
I know. Different guy. Especially as it's against Rumpus. Anyway, we interject too much. Go ahead.
Thanks. So, back there, and I was pretty cordial in the beginning, but after 2.5 years of getting called names that would make a billy goat friggin' puke, and then getting told to drink bleach, right, and never procreate, after 2.5 years, I reached a tipping point where I'm going to rip their lungs out through their asshole, okay? So I don't really care. Don't give me, we're going to have a discussion, no insults, la, la, la. We're going to rub the ballers' feet, rub their feet, give them hot chocolate. Don't even try it, right? Because then I'm coming after you. Got it?
Yeah,
Thanks.
I totally agree. I totally agree. The amount of things I was called when I first came out here was ridiculous. You'd be trying to be nice, and it's just you're trying to be amicable, and you're wasting your time. You're just getting abused. So I totally understand if any flat earther experienced that and became an abuser, like you, Kiwi.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Well,
victims of abuse will sometimes
become abusers.
the abusers. Yes.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I've
I
never
sympathise
had
with all the
anyone.
panel members. I also have suffered the same abuse, but I have not become jaded like these two.
That's a good joke.
I mean, I haven't had anyone shout at me or been rude to me or anything like that, because it's just like.
Yeah, but I don't
have
randomly do
ways
it.
with people.
I don't randomly do it. If you're genuine and you come across as such, you have no worries.
Mm.
But
Problem is,
I think. Sorry, just
everywhere.
1 second. Sorry. Go on, Nathan. I'll go after you.
I was going to say there's pretender clowns everywhere. We got into Earth Awakenings, and within 10 minutes, just to say, "Am I all right to be here?" Before I had to interject to say that because I knew I would end in a row with the guy who was saying, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can explain 24-hour sun. It bounces off a dome, and then there's this." I'm like, "Oh God, I can feel my toes curling already." Yeah, Brian.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a lot of flat earthers who've turned up in the past. Let's say after 2016 time, who never experienced what we would have experienced in 2015 and 2016. So when they hear us being brash with the ballers or being aggressive or whatever, or being a bit abusive, they see it as we're the bad guys.
Yep.
But the understanding is that that wasn't the case when we first came in here. We were genuinely trying to be, amicable. And we got told, drink bleach, don't have kids, hang yourself, the usual. And all that stuff. So it's only so much of that you would have put up with, like. And they just don't understand it because after 2017, there was a lot less of that, or after 2016, there was a lot less of that stuff. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the person. It's like what QE said. He probably just like met a bad moderator. I mean, I've talked to Eon. Eon is happy to talk to Nathan. You know, I mean, whoever you hire as mod, you can't control their mind, or they might have had a bad day or something. It's like, it could be anything, really.
no, he was a pretender clown.
Really? Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, it's look at the draw with mods sometimes, isn't it? So.
It's more the irritation of the numpties that we have to deal with on a daily basis. So in politics on Friday, is it Saturday? Yesterday, there's people lined up to call me an idiot and swear at me, and then throw out some garbage, barely understood globe claim, or barely understood debunking of a flat Earth that they think shouldn't be capable, followed by a flat Earth measurement to back their ball that they say that they're on. Things like that, and they're calling you an idiot and swearing at you for being an idiot. Become greatly irritating to me immediately. I'll immediately fly off the handle with these people, you know, with justification. In other words, I'll do it in such a way that I'm putting the argument back to them whilst calling them all the names they've just called me, but with much more venom and justifiable because I'm winning the argument. People might come in from the outside and do, "Oh my God, this guy's vicious." No, the guy's just called me an insult, told me I'm stupid because I believe in a flat Earth, thrown out a baseless assertion, and now I'm ripping him a new asshole.
I mean, the problem was he was on politics server, and I think that's the one with Doobie, isn't it?
Doesn't that mean spliff?
No, well, yeah, it does, but I mean, it's also a username of someone who used to be on a politics server, because I wasn't an admin, but I was a senior moderator on, I think, the politics server many years ago, and man, it was
He's a friend of Bong Boy in Backpipe.
I don't know.
He missed it.
What's he laughing about?
That's what Nathan said.
I missed what you said.
You know, spliff man.
Yeah.
Checking attention. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, feel right. I'm banned from politics. I got banned years ago because they thought I was moderating too good. How do you moderate too good? That's like saying, "Oh, you're fired from the police force because you're catching criminals."
Wow.
It makes no sense. So They just kicked me from the server, and I was just like, yeah, whatever.
So we got one thing in common.
Well, we've both been banned from politics server.
Yes.
Oh goodness.
Shut up, Platsy.
No, we're not gonna. Do we want to tell him why you're banned though? Because it's not from moderating too good.
It's probably I bet I can guess with QE it's going to be the absolute opposite.
It's flirting with the moderators. Boy.
Well, he didn't flirt with me.
Sexual harassment, got kicked out for it.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, go ahead, Flatsy, and then I got a follow-up story. I got a question for you, Nathan. Go ahead, tell him, Nathan, or tell him, Flatsy.
Yeah, it's because he couldn't quit using the derogatory term against white people, calling them crackers.
I only found out 2 months ago what that actually meant. It means like someone cracking a whip. Whenever I used to hear it, I used to think like with biscuits and cheese and crackers.
Yeah.
Is that what he means? I never knew.
That's the thing. In the
You
UK,
cannot pick up on it, Nathan. In the movies, like if it's a black guy saying it, an American black guy saying it.
I knew it was a racist term. You always hear some aggressive black guy calling a white guy a cracker, and you're like, what the hell does that mean? Because it's just not common here. We don't have black people. I've never been called a cracker by a black man.
I haven't.
Yeah, but that's what I like when I said like American black man saying it to a white guy in America and an American movie. I mean, would you not put two and two together there?
No, never had. No.
All right.
I mean,
I have been called that. I've been called that term a lot when I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, that's
Just
strange.
friendly banter. Oh, you stupid
Yeah, it
nigger.
wasn't
Oh,
like-
you cracker.
Yeah,
I'm in
it
South
was
Florida where
usually.
they say that to black police officers.
Go ahead, Flatsy.
Who's that mumbling?
I was
that
gonna
is
say it
amazing.
was. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Flatsy.
Yeah, it was usually not like meant to, be mean to me, just kind of playful. But there were maybe once or twice it was, in a mean way.
Right.
Tony.
What about if they say? What about
Shut
if they
up.
say you a redneck?
Shut up.
cracker?
Tony Wickham. Tony Wickham says.
Did you crack any whips?
Shut up. Tony Wickham said, I'm banned from the swimming baths. The S fell off of my Speedos.
That's funny.
Terrible. Absolutely terrible.
yeah, that belongs in a Christmas cracker joke.
Tony's got, you got to be careful with Tony, man. He'll come out with some good ones and make you think that's a really good one, Tony. I was lucky to catch that one. I happened by chat and caught it. Oh, by the way, before I forget, what is up with you, Nathan? I heard you go over, unawares, uninvited to the Earth Awakening's Land of Misfit Toy server, and bring up you're like saying, is it okay if I come over and do a show every once in a while?
That's not how it was said.
I know you're upset because of QE, but can I come over? You friggin' guy.
He threw
It
you under
wasn't,
the bus.
it wasn't said exactly like that.
It was close.
What are you saying? I threw you under the bus for my own endeavours?
Yes.
Outrageous. How dare you accuse me of such things?
That darn QE. I know you're upset, that darn QE, but can I come over, and salve your soul?
I don't know. Neil said it wouldn't allow me there. And I'm like, let's test that. Let's see if that's true or not. He's like, well, QE's not welcome there. Oh, okay, that's the only info I've got. We'll still go in. We go in. I'm like, are we welcome here? Oh, yeah. Do you want us to set up an event for you? No. I'm just checking I'm welcome. QE calls you the land of misfit toys, and I'm informed that we weren't welcome as a result. That's essentially what that actually said.
That's pretty direct, yeah.
Oh, so
That's how it went down.
so you're not gonna act like you didn't adopt that as that's how you refer to him also?
I refer to it through the third person. QE calls you the land of misfit toys.
Oh boy, it was good. I liked how you went about it. I got a wry smile out of it.
I'm blunt. I'm not going to hold any airs and graces or any of that sort of stuff, as much as you tried to spin it in that way. But I am reasonably conciliatory. I'm there for the greater good, right? As much as over the last few years, you and me have been called all sorts of things from our own side, as we've called them out. Now, as I reflect on 2024, now that we're in 2025, you think, well, if you think about it, if you corner an animal, it's going to lash out. And that's what we're doing. Now, we are the mouse cornering the tiger because they're the bigger player. They're the people with a bigger reputation to lose. No matter we've got them cornered and they've lashed out at us. While we bleat and moan, me especially, about being called a scammer, like, why am I being called a scammer? Because we're exposing them as scammers. So it's
As scammers, yeah.
Yeah, but you're still a brown noser.
You're still a brown noser, yes.
No, you're not wrong either. I'll agree with Brian immediately. Yeah, I'm brown-nosing Jaren for a greater good, which I'm trying to sell to my own panel as, look, if I can get this science information through to someone like Jaren...
Not now, you're not. Not now, you're not. That was before.
Before, I still... Neil said you've come out smelling of roses as a result. Like, it doesn't seem like you were fraternising with the enemy. It seems like you were trying to help, you know, and people have seen the light because of it. And you're like, well, I don't know about that. Most people associated with Jaren are just tarred with the same brush of scammery or whatever word you want to attribute. I wouldn't necessarily say scam either. I've called out my own QE specifically when using that word against Jaren.
We're going to talk about that here in a second. Finish up.
What a guy.
What a guy.
What a guy.
Huey, he didn't even know what the land of the misfit toys was. I had to explain it to Nathan.
Yeah, on some topics, he's a bit slow.
It's not slow. If you don't know what a slang term like cracker means, or you don't know what... I still can't remember what the land of misfit toys is. You did tell me something about Bambi or something. What was it again?
Bambi. Wrong deer.
What deer was it?
It was Rudolph.
Oh, Rudolph. Oh, of course, it's toy related. Yes, that makes sense. Anywho, there's loads of references you come out with that I haven't got a clue. You talk about Mae West or Hanoi Jaren. 90% of the time, you have to explain what the reference means.
Sure.
Me.
Yeah. All right, let me check. We got 0 drop frames and all green there, Nathan. Thank you very much, by the way. Appreciate that.
I love how you spun that. Oh, it's all Nathan's fault. Like months, if not years, of going, come on, let's just have a look at your settings. There's just a few things I'd like to tweak. No. I'm not changing nothing. You're like, even when you've got them up, you go through them and you're like, hang on, all those lights should be turned on. No, I'm done for the day now. We've just set up all these compressors and you've not turned any of them on. No, I'm done.
You know what? You were so right. You're right on it. That's pretty funny. And I did dog you out. Yeah, you're right.
You got to the point where it's working and you're happy. And I know the feeling where, you know, cars or anything else. You get to a point where it works. And you're like, no, I'm happy now. Just stop fiddling. You're like, well, we just need to dial in this, that, and the other. It works. I'm happy. Leave me alone.
Yeah. And then, folks, my stuff started to circle the drain at light speed. I mean, not yesterday's show or the last show, but the show before that. I'm over here and I'm getting warnings from YouTube Studio. I'm looking at OBS and I'm redlining down here. All the while I got moral fiber at the yang. I got speeds. I got ludicrous speeds, right? And my stuff's going down a drain. I'm sitting there, what the hell is going on? So I screenshotted it, sent it to Nathan, and I guess he just runs by the post and says, you better call your internet guy. I was like, you dick. And so I cornered him the next day and pulled up OBS shared screen, and he was still trying to defend the call your internet guy, but once he's seen the settings inside there, he said, "Well, wait a second, this is wrong." Change 2 things, and we're 5 by 5.
Cross is too well versed in these things, otherwise people ask you to do stuff all the time. So play dumb 90% of the time, and then when you do actually need to do something, do it so quickly that they don't realise what you've done, and then you don't do it again.
Yeah, we went into so many different sections. I don't know if I can go back and I think I can.
I've nicked a lot of that from the guy that piped up, which was quite ironic. I forgot he was there. So the younger Craig from Click OK and the older Craig, moreover,
Jaron,
they'll click around on my computer when they're here figuring out some problem that undoubtedly I've caused. Nevertheless, I'll pay attention. I like to pay attention when people are doing stuff. So certain things and how to look up certain stuff, I've paid attention and watched. And then I went through that motion with you, like I know what I'm doing. No, I'm just copying what they've done, right? Yeah. And I got to a stage and I couldn't remember where to go. And then Greg piped up and he's like, "Nah, you don't go into that file, go into this." I was like, "Oh, he's here."
Yeah.
Telling me where to look for your GPU.
Yeah, but thanks a lot. I'm starting to get, I don't got any drop frames. I'm back up all green. So it's all right.
Because by getting fiber, what had happened is, right, your computer's gone, I can watch these videos in higher resolution, and things like that, right, which puts more demand on your CPU. So when it came to encoding, you must have been prior to getting fiber on the edge of capabilities of the CPU.
Yep.
Well, you get better picture quality and that suddenly pushed it over the edge and then you drop in frames. Well, all I did was offload the encoding of the show onto your graphics card instead of the CPU, which just frees it up. Now it's fine.
Yeah, now that there's no, I ain't gonna say anything else. Let's just move on.
Yeah, the following day, mine shit the bed. So mine's dropping frames the following day. Like, oh, what's going on? And when we went to the Land of Misfit Toys, as QE calls them.
There is not a more appropriate name to be given there than that. I challenge you to come up with a better.
You have to come up with names for everything and everybody. That's you.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it's one of my pieces of flair. By the way, speaking of not paying attention, for years and years, we knew that the Globe Dumpsters crew were a bunch of pretender clowns, right? I never really paid too close of attention to them. Hey, Flatsy, square this one away first before I get into this.
Superchat.
Super Tony Wickham.
Tony Wickham sent NASA need another 7 astronauts. Challenger reference.
Look at yeah, nice one, Tony. Nice move. What's up, Chow Yen Cat? Okay, let me get back to. I was on a roll there. Do you want to interrupt me?
I did. Well, it's me thinking out loud. It's like me fiddling with all your settings when you would go loud, like Superchat shouted it as you just did. Compressor wasn't there to capture it, so you just clip and it would be horrible. Whereas now you've got 2-stage compression, and it almost caught all of it.
Really?
It's still clipped.
Did I still clip in the end?
From Discord, I don't know about. I'll have to listen back to that particular super chat, which will be easy to find.
Yeah,
it'd be interesting to know if you clipped in Discord, in YouTube as well as Discord.
Yeah, we did adjust some of those settings because you seen there was probably maybe some problem areas.
Anyway.
Yeah, we'll see.
Anyway.
All right, back to what I was talking about. Like I said, I never paid too close of attention. I stopped watching Globe Dumpsters probably early 2017 because I knew they were pretender clowns, and they were going over NASA photos the last time I looked. And every now and again, people would come by and would get a clip from them, and it'd be NASA photos and stuff. So I never really paid them much mind after that. I knew they were pretender clowns. I didn't really give it too many thoughts, except for I did stop me one time when people started, I don't know whether it was Bob or Hanoi Jaron, started deleting videos, and coming up with some excuse to delete the videos. It happened like a couple of times. I heard it through the grapevine, and I never really thought about it. I never really cared. Now, I've been having people message me about grifts that they have been doing and are continuing to do right now, going back to the beginning. And one of those flushing videos down the toilets was to get rid of sort of some certain shows that dealt with certain topics and some fundraisers and, you know, and then there was new flat earthers coming in and all kinds of stuff like that. So I'm telling you, this stuff is starting to pile up. Now, I'm not into all that, you know, drama per se. I only use the words that come out of their incoherent blowhole. But I've been hearing some disturbing things recently. Just want you to know.
I mean, like I say, when we were going through some of the stuff that you've just labelled as grifts earlier, I was like, well, when you call them scams, I have a bit of an objection.
Well, what's a grift?
Well, it's just this bad terminology. If someone wants to charge for their time, more power to them, right?
I'm not talking about that. But go ahead. I'm going to look it up. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that's what you were calling scams and grifts, and I'm saying I wouldn't agree.
Grifter, a person who engages in petty or small-scale swindling. Yeah.
Grifters on the edge, right? But if you want to pay for Jaron's time on any subject, then that's what you're paying for, and that's what you're getting. So I wouldn't
marriage
call that
counseling.
Yeah, life counseling.
Doesn't matter. I don't care.
Hold on. Supplements. Huh?
Yeah, okay. I'm just saying, look, if you want to sell supplements, then you buy supplements, you receive supplements. That's a transaction. If they're good or not is a different story.
Hold on, Nathan. Hold on. I heard him tell a couple, do not stay together like my mother and father did just for the purposes of the kids.
No, stop. I don't want to hear the advice.
Yeah,
I don't care. Stop.
Keep that out.
That's bad advice.
I don't care. Stop. I don't want anyone to bring this crap to our table.
Yep.
I don't care. If somebody has given money to Jaron for his time, so long as they received that amount of time that they paid for, no problem. Now, what you're saying is in addition to that. What you've just said piqued my interest, because you're like, videos getting deleted, fundraisers being done. You can only assume the next step is stuff not being paid for. You didn't say that, but it did pique my interest. That could be labelled grift, scam, whatever, if it's shown to be the case. And you need to delete a bit of information, then you're trying to hide the fact. That is to say, you know you're doing something wrong. But what was labelled grifts and scams up until now, I don't think are. I'm just saying. If I did it next year and went, you know what, I'm being pulled from pillar to post. Everybody wants my time. I'm already time limited. I'm not even a big YouTuber. I've got no time. If somebody wants it, they're going to have to pay for it. So I start charging, just like Jaron did. I'm not saying I'm going to do this. I'm just giving an example, hypothetically. I wouldn't expect people to come to me and go, you scammer. Like, why? You want my time. That's precious to me, and I'm poor. If you want it, you can pay for it. Just like Jaron's doing. And I'd feel totally justified if I was in that position. Like Jaron presumably has.
Jaron's?
Dick pills, same thing. As long as you get what you pay for, good or bad, no problem as far as I'm concerned. It's when you say, I'm raising the money for this, and then you don't buy it, that's a different story.
Got it. Yep, you're right. Brian, did you want to add something very quickly?
It's not what Jaron is doing. Jaron is not having people come to him, soliciting him for his time. Jaron is trying to sell services and products, right, which have nothing to do with this topic, right, and he's as a representative of this topic. Now, whether those products and services are any good, I don't know, but is he qualified to be selling those services and products?
Thank you.
If not, he has no business doing it. End of story. Yeah. So I'm sorry, Nathan, it's not the same as charging for your time, because he's literally looking to give his time to people for money.
No, I totally understand. People can disagree, and that's fine. In the same way, if you've got YouTubers who are sponsored by VPN providers, and the VPN provider turns out to be garbage, well, do you suddenly say, well, their credibility in terms of their review of this graphics card goes out the window then, because they were supporting this VPN? No, they're just looking to be sponsored. That's what they've done. I don't think it necessarily qualifies as being a grift or a scam. The VPN themselves, if they turn out to be dodgy, you can point the finger at the VPN. Now, you can say it doesn't necessarily look very good on the YouTuber that's promoted that dodgy VPN. But in the same way, it doesn't look great if you're leading a flat earth community dry with dick pills and marriage counselling. Likewise, if I was bleeding the flat earth community dry with hi-fi advice, yeah, you'd go, oh, that doesn't leave a very nice taste in my mouth. This is a flat earth subject. Why are you selling your graphics cards, speaker cables, whatever it is that you're selling as a sideline into a community that it's not related to? Yeah, that'll leave a bad taste in your mouth. It's borderline.
Sure.
It left a real spunky taste in my
there he
mouth,
is.
Brian.
Yeah.
When I signed up for
Adam's got to stay.
the evening meal and the $50 thing so that I'd be aware of the hidden veil, guys, so I could look behind the veil and understand what this realm was really about. No, I'm with Brian. No, there's a big difference. Even to the point of Ranty not buying the drone that he raised money for. There's an even bigger difference here. Right? There was a drone that he may or may not have bought, Ranty, but there was never any hidden knowledge you could spunk away your hard-earned money for. Give to Jaren. Yeah,
it's not
Here's
only
the snake oil.
It's not only Jaren.
Difference.
Hold on. It's not only Jaren. It's our Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball, Mr. Boy Witsit. Same thing.
They're both, and I'm about to go and make someone comforts, QA. Lovely. But they're both duplicitous in that, which is a mis-selling thing. When we've looked at their website, they both mis-sell a product. They misdescribe a product. Yeah, it's fraudulent in what they did to people on their websites, how they engage. The only one that was genuine was come and spend an evening and have an evening meal with us, because there was nothing promised there. There were levels of knowledge that was promised behind this paywall. That's where their credibility disappeared with me the second they did that, well before FE.
Do you mean, well, how do you know they didn't
just on Nathan, sir.
Hold on, how do you know they didn't impart some knowledge, or otherwise, to the person that's participated for whatever dollar amount? How do you know that isn't what they were fulfilled with?
And no, and so if you were to take that legal that bullshittery disclaimer, what it's about is some kind of quanta of knowledge. As long as that's imparted, it's validated in defiance of the claim. Greater understanding of the world. Now, whatever they did, even if it resonated with you, Nathan, there's nothing to support it that it is truly a greater understanding of the world. How much it resonates is subjective, isn't it?
Don't know what it is. I'm quite tempted to find out.
You've not spent enough money. That's why you don't know what it is.
How do I find this knowledge out?
Hidden.
Is it really secret? Sorry, Brian. I'm just joking over the top of you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the term secret or hidden knowledge for money means that you're withholding the information until you're getting paid. Now, that means you're withholding truth until you're paid, right? Because that's what you would, in this arena, that's what it would be, right? And just going back to your VPN example, Nathan, if someone approaches you, a company, and says, we'll sponsor you and you promote our VPN halfway through your show every day, but if you don't check that VPN and it turns out to be a bad VPN, then that is on you. But they approached you and said they would sponsor you if you promote it. Who do we know has approached Jaren or Witsit to promote any of these things? That's the difference. So there's no way around it. They've been acting outside of proper grounds, let's be honest. Well, they haven't been what you would call honourable.
Yeah, well, let's put it
see an example.
Let's put it this way.
I'd have to see an example.
Let's put it this way. They've adulterated the flat earth with their Tootsie Roll dicks.
That's where we agreed, right? That's what you said at the end of the discussion we had in private a few days ago.
Yep.
The point that you say they're adulterated flat earth with their Tootsie Roll dicks, I'd agree. Because where you say, well, why would I be here flogging speaker cables and consultations on microphone setting up if I'm in a flat earth arena? Yeah, it's just adulterating flat earth, isn't it? You've just got an audience and you've got stuff to flog them. You're flogging it to them. You don't give a crap about them or what they believe in. That's flat Earth. You've got speaker cables to sell.
Yep.
Or dick pills to sell. Or counselling to sell. Yeah, that's adulterating the subject.
Yep.
Totally agree.
Yep, exactly. That's where I have an issue with. But like I said, I was unaware of that until this week, in fact. Just want you to know people are dropping dimes. So it's pretty disgusting, and it's just getting me more aggravated. Just to let you know.
Me too, QE.
Excuse me. What's up, everybody? In another way, I said this 2.5 years ago. The first, I don't know when the scammer thing came up, when he disrespected Nathan initially, but I think it was probably 2021, maybe something like that, 2020. But I said, I told y'all, Jaron was not a flat earther.
Well, I knew that in 2017, for God's sake.
I know that, but everybody,
before you were here.
Yeah, okay, cool. But nobody voiced it.
I did.
Started. Okay,
Chill.
but they didn't listen to you. They didn't listen to you.
He's
They
being
didn't listen
rude.
to you.
No, they didn't listen.
to
No,
you.
Nathan, we already discussed Nathan's empathetic ways to people that he's met along the way.
Right.
We've already discussed that. I understand that. I didn't rule that out. I mean, we all have our weaknesses, right? And that's one of his. Yeah.
No, empathy is not a weakness.
In this
Tiny
particular case,
little
it
tiny-
is.
Neither.
Glimmer of
Neither.
empathy that I do still hold is not a weakness.
Unbelievable. You still are empathetic to these crayon munchers.
I'm going to kick your ass.
I'm going to kick
Generally.
your ass.
No.
I'm gonna kick
I
all
love
your
how he
asses
phrases that and
in a
packages it. Pathetic to these assholes. No. Having empathy, being able to feel and empathize with the position that somebody, whoever, takes at any moment, it's just having empathy. Doesn't mean I'm suddenly directing specific empathy to some group of terrorists.
Yes, it does.
Not at all.
Was it last week, Nathan? Was it last week, Nathan?
Was what last week? I can hit
Your sex change operation.
Yes, it was very highly successful. My vagina is perfect.
If anyone wants to know that Nathan is lying, just listen to the back to the past 10 to 15 minutes, and you'll hear all the stuff that proves that Nathan is just lying.
Don't know what he's on about.
Messed up.
What's he talking
This is how
about?
this show's been going.
He said he's not empathetic.
I
to
don't
Darren
give a
and them.
flying shit who's got empathy. I care about facts, right?
Yep.
And there's no heroes. There's no valor in you saying, oh, back in 2022, I called Jaron a cunt. And I was right. Yeah, well done. We were all right.
You say that word.
Who cares whether or not your prejudgment of Jaron is valid? It has no credence. This is where we're all getting mugged off in the soap opera, ladies and gentlemen. It's back to Dallas. Who killed Bobby? Why is he coming out? What? Focus.
Yeah, you are.
Is it measured flat? What have these guys done over the past year, 2 or 3 years, these permanent guys, to disrupt our community with their ether shit? And then they've come here now with an affirming the consequent of a look at them, look at who they are, recognize they don't deserve your attention. They never did. They got it in the past. Now's the time to say, you're a pile of jokers. You are a bunch of snake oil salesmen. Piss off. You're not worthy of my time. And certainly not my comment.
But since they are watching, we should say hello. Hello, BALLBUSTERS.
I noticed that. Yeah, I listened to a little bit of Zed and Nutty Cater. And from a personal point of view, it's interesting to see those guys now attacking Zachary Sabala, which is the remnants of the Globebusters crew. I don't know what's left of Globebusters other than Tammy the Widow, Zach, and a clear break that already occurred with Jaron and Bob. What's left of that part of our world, I think, is well gone. But it's interesting to see that they're still pimping shit.
Yep.
And there are people out there attacking it even this week and calling these guys out. Now, I say they're the remnants of the old school, a particular side. All of this remnant, Whitsitt had to make his choice which side he was going to go, whether it was with Bob or to stay with his his mentor, as his Padawan learner, to stay with QE. And Whitsitt chose to ignore Obi-Wan and go to the dark side. It's interesting how all the dark side does what it does, which is eventually have to realise the light.
He
Some
ceased
people
to
don't
be
know that.
awesome.
I just need to highlight that because some people might not know. Previously, Whitsitt was actually brunette.
He ceased to be Austin Whitsitt and became Darth Vapor.
Came Darth Strawberry.
I listened to the last Ballbusters, and it was very, very somber. It was the one from last Sunday. There was Cammy, Nodell. There was what's her name? There always wears the hat. What's her name?
Oh, I know her. The one with the one with the hat.
What's her name? Karen B.
I declared war on her.
Yeah, exactly. Rightly so.
Rightly so. Brian.
Hang on.
Wicked Witch of the West. Not the one that wears a hat.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe slippers.
Did you hear Brian? Did you hear Brian? I'm talking all over. Did you hear Brian? He goes, and rightly so.
Yeah,
and rightly so.
Can you shut up for 2 seconds while I say hi? What's
Hi.
up, guys?
What's up, Chocolate?
Hey, Chocolate.
What's up, everybody?
Do you need some catching up?
Nah, I'll figure it out. Thanks.
Son of a bitch, I got a stream bit warning.
Oh, there you go.
Son of a... You sorry. Go ahead, keep going.
I blame Brian for mentioning Karen B's name.
But anyway, they were very, very somber, and they were talking about Jaren, but they were talking about losing Jaren and Austin, not just Jaren, to the club. Whatever that's about it.
That's it, Brian. That's it. Right? It's the same with Patty. What's going off? Give him a ticker tape. Do this. I'm leaving. It's emotive nonsense. Yeah, that's got nothing to do with reality, but to do with a clique, a cult, if you want to. You know, like anti-flat earther would attack us. It's cultish. Well, there is cultish behaviour. And that is what they demonstrate. I'm leaving because it's toxic. I'm doing this because the truth hurts, basically. Yeah. This is like I said, when I said the shit will eat the shit and we'll be left with the rest of us. Yeah. There's a little bit to go in there.
I don't know. I see Patricia has just caught up in this, slightly ignorant of it, and disappeared when we were being attacked. Come back in, jump back in with the clique that she was previously semi-attached to.
No, I see a complete spineless bastard that the first sign of any dissent runs off again because it's all a bit tricky. And to take an actual position and to have a spine, yeah, other than suggesting a ticker tape parade, and when that went down like a fucking lead balloon, realizing you just put yourself in an untenable position, you run off. That's what I see, Nathan. Not that lovely lady that everybody loves because she's so lovely and she's nice. What a lovely sun hat you've got. I'm bored of those days. I'm so bored of those days where I'm myself where old school mainstreamers are given apologetics for nothing. They can take a position of bullshittery, yeah, and be allowed to take it because, well, they've earned it. What? You've earned the right to be a wanker, and your duplicity has been earned. No, it hasn't. Duplicitous. Recognise it. The lot of you, Mark Sargent, Patty, grow a pair and take a stance. This is where you're being called out, boys. The destruction of the Globebusters crew and their preponderance of evidence, pseudoscience, science, and don't mean shit is coming to a. People are realising it's worth naught when we try to appraise reality. Rant over.
I really wanted to say something because you guys were saying the Wicked Witch of the West or something. The Good Witch of the North was actually the most evil and had all of the other witches killed Dorothy being like her, she could have sent Dorothy home the whole time. Could have told her about
that's a wicked story.
and well, I did read Wicked. No, actually, there's 3 books to that series. Anyways, she
Oh,
was
brother.
actually the last one standing and didn't even lift a finger to do it.
You're just trying to blackwash history.
All right, I think that's enough. We're going to get into the video.
I'm trying to find out
What video?
Yeah, what video? Right. Yeah.
I've got to make Southern Comfort. I'm only ranting to this little bit. This is important though. Yeah. Look at you guys. Look at our so-called community. Yeah. A bit like Jesus. I didn't come here to bring peace. I'm bringing the sword and fire, mother crushers. Yeah. And this shit's getting resolved.
Yep.
That's where we have to be.
I agree, Adam. You can't be all sensitive and all that about it. All that stuff is like how anyone could even bring that to us after the experiences of 2015 and 16. I really don't know. I mean, be sensitive, be nice, be this. It's like, why? Where does that? We're talking about getting stuff done here. Where did that ever get us in this arena? Nowhere.
Yep.
I like this attitude. Do people turn on the UFC? It'd be nice to watch niceness.
It's just nice that everyone's taking the attitude that I was encouraging, which is we all need to take a leadership stance, take ownership of this situation in terms of what people now require after TFE, which is what's caused the division within Ballbusters. Even Bob's death didn't separate them in the way that this has. So therefore, there's going to be an outreach from the general populace of flat earthers for people to take a leadership position. And for all our moaning about why we're not in that position, we need to take ownership
Not
of it.
moaning
So
about
hearing
not in
Adam
that
say-
position. Not moaning. We're moaning about the adulteration of the beloved flat earth with their Tootsie Roll dicks. That's what we're moaning about.
Well, yes,
Okay,
indeed.
can we just approach one last topic?
Ed?
Quickly.
Sorry. Yeah, there's one last topic, and it involves Witsit, right? Supposedly, there's been footage, right, that Witsit supposedly took in Antarctica, and someone noticed that there's a clear corner in the footage in the sky. And when they pointed this out, a couple of people downloaded it, but when it was pointed out, suddenly it's removed from the footage.
Yeah, I seen that.
I don't know what's going on there, whether it's true or not, but if that's true, and I saw Michael Kahn sent me something, and I spotted it up myself, it just don't make any sense. Now, I'm not saying that it didn't happen, but I'm saying there's a lot of little things building up that just don't make any sense.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying.
QE and I had an offline discussion about what our predictions were. My predictions got me called a conspirator by QE. Hey, QE, you paying attention to what's going on?
Yeah. Well,
a little bit.
I am a
We'll see if I'm right. We'll see if I'm right.
I was already confirmed. How would you say right? It was just my pining for what would happen, and it definitely did. Wasn't a prediction or anything. I just felt that was the way it was going to go. So that came true. What about that? You ain't saying anything about that, are you?
No, you've done well. Everyone's praised you already. That's already been and gone. Can't leech that forever.
Sure. All right.
Just before you do start, and I'm going to make some comfort for me and my dad. Ash of lime, a little bit of ginger. That's what I'm thinking, QE.
That's some nasty stuff, man.
I mean, Dad loves Southern Comfort. I'm not a big fan. I'll take it on ice and eat it. It's okay. In fact, it's not okay because it goes down too smooth.
Just get on with it.
Now, let me give a recommendation. Fresh lemonade. What you need is squeezed fresh lemonade.
Thanks.
Lemonade.
Okay, well, I'll see if there's any of that. I'll see if the wife's prepared to squeeze some fresh. Got these lemonades that I've got to squeeze that you speak of. But I'll see if she's got any. I've only got one question, and it's to Brian, really. And before you press play, what is the elevation to your ceiling phallus? What have you not taken that down yet, Brian? Please, like an Ann Summers shop.
The ceiling
phallus.
That's down. That's down and all. This is from a couple of years ago. That's down.
Okay,
My
that
God.
was reasonable. A couple of years ago, I had a ceiling phallus.
Oh, is it what you hang
Not
a
a phallus.
punch bag off? Is that what he's talking about? The thing you hang the punch bag off?
Yeah, there was just a problem with the chain. The chain got looped over. I'd have to show it to you. And it just took a bit of work to get it down. And I just was being lazy about it. It may as well be up as down because it's in the way when it's down, it's in the way when it's up.
Yeah.
You know,
I used to have one as well, my wife and I, totally different purposes.
All right. All right, Adam, are you leaving for? I'm getting ready to start this video. I waited for you to get here because I didn't want you to miss any of it.
He will be leaving soon if he starts chugging down that freaking Southern
Comfort. Yeah.
I'm coming back, and I'm coming back with a little bit of vigor, gentlemen. So just be prepared.
All right.
Will make you mean.
Yeah.
Did you know?
Yeah. Go ahead. Quickly.
What? No. What? It'll make me what, Flatsy?
I said that SoCo will make you mean.
No, it don't make me mean. He's not mean about
Just
him.
give up on the video. Just minimise the video. And we'll just carry on talking. This is fun. Why? You got Brian here.
Oh, no. I was too excited about this one. And thank you, QE, for putting that as the title. Like, I knew it was going to be something, you were going to come up with something great.
Yeah. Did you like it?
Trojan horse to be in there, yes.
Yeah. And the infidel just came to me. Into the belly of the infidel.
I love it.
Fine. Let's do this.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait for a couple seconds. We got to wait for Adam to come back, for God's sake.
I'm going to step away too.
Go ahead, step away.
Well,
See
to
if
be
anyone-
fair, we never did give that stupid advice to do your own research. What Nathan is saying is, now let's just tell people what needs to be done.
Well, it's funny because they say that there's a bunch of poor researchers in Flat Earth. The people that are accusing folks of being poor researchers are about to be exposed for being poor researchers themselves.
I'm in the red again. Hey, Nathan. Man, it's just punk.
Put a piece of sellotape over it.
At the end of my stream, I assessed the end result, and it was fine. So even though the bitrate's dropping, I wouldn't worry about it.
Super bit rate dropping.
Tony Whitcomb said, Whitsitt and Jaron not getting any Southern Comfort at the moment, LOL.
Let me try to do something. I'm going to take the big kahuna out.
It's not going to make any difference.
Let's see. Shut up.
I'm going to turn off a layer on my overlays.
Let's try it. Up, it came back green.
Maybe the big kahuna's just using that much CPU power. I doubt it, though, because it's using like 1% now. It's offloaded to your GPU. I wouldn't worry about it. It's probably an internet issue.
It's not an internet issue. In fact, let me take the scroll down, too.
Just ignore it. Just ignore it. Pretend nothing's happening. It's all fine. People can hear fine.
Shut up. Bam.
In case we do get cut off, though, just a reminder, subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980 and Nathan Oakley, respectively.
What a jerk. Yeah, it's not helping.
Nathan, we know why you're happy today, and I'd be smiling from ear to ear, too.
Why?
Yeah, why not?
You got a nice super chat today.
Me? No?
Yeah, on the show, somebody gave you a $500 super chat.
Really?
You're joking? Hey?
No, that's what it said.
I'm sure that's not correct. I wasn't paying enough attention to my stream today. I was doing other things. I was cleaning mold off windows. If somebody sent me $500 while I was cleaning mold, then God is watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, he deserves $100
Nice.
for cleaning that mold.
Nice. So you had a premiere earlier, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I had a premiere earlier. Well, premiered the show that we were moaning about Patricia Steer on.
No, I'm going to tell you
about 2 or
why.
3 weeks ago.
I'm going to tell you why the guy gave it, because the guy came in accusing you of the child thing again, and you laid into him, and the guy was very happy about it.
Oh, wow. Okay, fair enough. I've had enough of people calling me a child abuser, and now it's like 6 years later or whatever it was since people have claimed that I was beating my kid. Every time I previously brought it up, not on air, it'd be like, where did I hit her? I'd be like, I don't know. I didn't hit her. Didn't see anything. You heard a noise and a kid screaming.
Yeah.
From that day to this, when it's, I don't know, John, refracted curvature, with those noises happening all the time, nobody accuses him of anything. On a rare occasion that I did have my kids in, oh, there's a noise, we can accuse him of being a child abuser from this day till 5 years, till he's driven to insanity. Me, that is. So yeah, one time my wife...
Are you saying we should start accusing refracted curvature?
That's the point, because what's the benefit? Yeah, he's not running a channel and a show daily, so why would they?
Tony Wickham said that they were rupees, Nathan. Rupees.
A rupee? Roofie or rupee?
Tony, you're something else, man.
Rupees. Oh, it's in a different currency. Yeah, it might be 500 rupees, but 500 anything. Thank you very much, whoever that was.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Nathan. I was just making a joke. Maybe it was badly timed. It's like they just looked... So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, or I was just making a joke that was probably badly timed. But it was just like, they just needed something years ago. They needed something to character assassinate you, and that was what they got. Do you know what I mean? It was only a matter of time before Eleanor at the time, because you were looking after her all the time. It was only a matter of time before she'd fall over and start crying or something. You know what I mean? That's all they needed. Do you know what I mean? So it's like to start accusing you of stuff just based off of some audio, and it's like that they needed that years ago, and that's what they got, and that's what they pump out. Because all they ever had with anyone is character assassination, and that's been what they've used against you. Outside of that, what have they ever had?
Nothing. Zero.
Nothing.
No brains. Look, Ma.
So character assassination is all they have.
Look, Ma. No brains. That's all we got.
In more recent times, what's pissed me off, and I didn't actually hear this, I only heard about it after the fact, was Duffy saying he'd seen me.
Yes.
My child.
Yep.
Now, that has spurred plenty of people in coming in, so you hit your kids. No, I do not. What an outrage. Each time I do it now, I just get annoyed with them because I know where it's come from. Duffy's made this claim. Why does Duffy need to character assassinate me in such an egregious manner? We're calling him a fraud, rightfully so.
Do 7 offsuit.
Demas Jaron calling us a scammer. Why? Because we're calling him out, showing him up. Yeah. That's why.
They got do 7 offsuit. He said you were on camera, by the way. His words.
Yeah, exactly. But if you listen into what he said, he knew exactly what he was saying. Because what he says, let's just say, kind of in a lower tone, and kind of under his breath, maybe a minute later, or around 50 seconds, whatever it is. He
You're
says,
roboting. You're roboting.
Something like that.
You're roboting. Drop out. Come back in.
It's always coincidence. Whenever this subject comes up, my wife coincidentally walks in. You know what we're talking about? Oh, well, I won't tell you.
I got that clip, by the way.
How am I? Am I roboting still?
Much better.
Okay. If you listen into that piece of audio, about 50 seconds or something like that later, Duffy throws in that that audio is out there, and he says it on a low tone.
Yeah, that doesn't render his previous statement null. He's screwed.
That's not my point. My point is that and that's fine, but that isn't mine, and I'm trying to make my point. Is that he knew what he was saying. He knew when he said that there was a video, he knew there was no video. That's why he said that afterwards.
Are you claiming to know the McDuffie's thoughts?
No, he gave them away when he put in that little bit about 50 seconds later. He knew when he put in that was his get out of jail card.
Get out of incoherent jail. Get out of incoherent jail free card is the modus operandi. Do you want to hear that clip, Nathan? Do we want to play that?
No, not really.
All right.
Do you still have it up on your channel, right, Nathan? Like, so people can go and see for themselves that it's not
Yeah,
true?
well, initially, when it happened initially, Anthony Riley contacted me after the show and he's like, take that video down immediately. I'm like, why? And he's like, do it. I'm like, okay. I did. It's like, you can hear you hitting your kid on it. I'm like, I don't hit my kids, Anthony. Like, look, I don't mind if you do. I'm like, I don't, Anthony, I don't hit my kids. He's like, well, it sounded like it. I'm like, okay, well, doesn't matter. I didn't. So I'm like, let's go back and have a listen. So I went back to it while it was off air because he talked me into taking it down. It was that egregious, according to Anthony. I listened to it. I'm like, that's not me hitting her. What are you talking about? I'll just put it back up. No issue. And then, I don't know, a day later, people are accusing me of beating my kid. Now, Anthony obviously spotted that that's what they would use it for. That's why he came along and told me to take it down. But in my mind, I'm like, who cares what it sounds like? I don't do that. But that wasn't good enough, as you now point out.
Yep.
Now, should I have gone, all right, based on Anthony's advice, let's call it, should I have left the video down? No, I don't think so. I don't care in regards to people claiming that. Unless it's someone on my own side, then probably it would piss me off a little bit more. So Duffy saying it, no, I don't want to hear it. I don't care. I haven't heard it. I've only heard people saying he said it. But what am I going to do? Get annoyed with him? I know why he's doing it. He needs cope. Yeah? That's why he's doing it.
Yeah, because look at all the time we've just spent talking about that instead of talking about how this ridiculous observation of the sun in for 24 hours proves a freaking ball.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah. We point out he affirms the consequent. He claims I beat my kids. Okay.
Yeah, it's a dog and pony show. Little carnival tent review. Adam, are you back? If you're not chugging that bottle of Southern Comfort, we're getting on with this. Let me provide a little bit of history behind this. Again, it was a few years ago. I caught Witsit taking Gempan. He was in Gempan to server and taking these guys to the woodshed with electrostatics. So I decided to go ahead and give him some background information to affirm his point even further so he can drag him around by their short hairs. As it turns out, this has turned into a Trojan horse for this infidel. And that's what we're going to get into now. Everyone join in Discord. I'm going to give 5 seconds radio check to YouTube, and then we're going to roll. Here's your 5 seconds.
Anything. Okay, so things fall up or down, right? God. And the question is, what causes it?
All right, Discord, are we good?
100%.
YouTube, Stephen Davies. He's going to be all over this. Stephen Davies, how's it sounding out there in YouTube land? Sounds good, guys. Appreciate that, Kim. You just made it right before Stephen did. Stephen, I got your valor on this, brother. You're always on top of it. Thank you very much. All right, let's put this back. Okay, we ready? Too bad, Adam.
So things fall up or down, right? And
so things fall up. Really? How much glue do you sniff? True or false? This dude's a clown, man. Burr.
The question is, what causes it? To even invoke density, to even invoke density in the first place, you're invoking electrostatics.
To even invoke electrostatics in the first place, you must invoke atoms and electrons, you moron.
Because you're saying, like, let's go through this one by one. Do you agree that? Okay, here.
Nah, don't go with an agreement ladder. Not with this idiot.
Here's my question: if an object is more dense than its medium, does it have a downward bias?
No, inanimate objects do not have biases, you reifying idiot. I mean, it didn't take more than a minute or two to show that you're a complete and utter moron. I mean, at a fundamental level. No, inanimate objects don't have biases. Look up the term bias. It's a pathetic fallacy from a pathetic loser, you.
If it's more dense than the medium, it will go down.
Does it have a downward bias?
No. Another reification fallacy. Every instance.
If it's more dense, yeah, just like in air. Most things are more dense than air. With the exception of a few gases, everything else is more dense than air.
Okay, so if it's more dense than the medium, it has a downward bias.
There you go again. Somebody marking them down?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
No, absolutely not.
Well, it doesn't have a downward bias. It's just not going to...
Oh, you recovered. Doesn't have a downward bias. You're right.
Going to go down, not up, basically.
Wait, it doesn't have a downward bias?
No, because inanimate objects don't have biases, you glue-sniffing moron. Clown.
Well, I suppose bias is the correct word.
Look at the look on his face. You're an ass clown.
Is he literally fishing for Brian to agree to a downward bias?
That's what he's fishing for. Looks like it.
Brian just said something about it's the wrong word.
Those are, under those circumstances, yeah.
Right, it has a preference to go down.
No, it doesn't have a preference to go down either. Inanimate objects don't have preferences, you reifying moron.
But when you say bias, it's not as if it's choosing to go down.
All right, Brian, you recouped. Exactly, you got it.
It's like it's going down because there's nothing there to support it.
You tell him, Brian.
Okay, so yeah, it has
there isn't enough density resistance to support.
It has a tendency down, a preferred direction of down.
No, inanimate objects don't have preferred directions. What a retard.
It'll fall down anyhow, but it won't fall down in Mercury.
Oh, okay, so when an object's more dense than the medium it's in, it has a downward bias.
he won't stop.
Yeah, and if it's less dense, it hasn't.
Now he agreed with him again. Brian, you okay? You getting Jedi mind tricked? Is he wearing you down by attrition? Don't look over at chat. Pay attention to who you're talking to, clown.
Maybe he's just messing with him, because if he's going to agree to a downward bias, then you're going to have to come up with that upward bias too.
Let's see.
So now we got two biases.
Mr. Hunter 1 Dalmatians, idiot.
It's going to have an upward bias.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, you agree?
So, yes.
There you go, chocolate.
So when this object is more dense, my phone, right? And it goes...
Shout out the chocolate. There's their phone. I think it might be coming.
Down, because it has a downward bias.
No, it doesn't have a downward bias, you reifying retard.
Do you agree that I can introduce something else?
Say again?
We're up to 7
you
reification fallacies. Yes, I am.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Else that will make the phone go up, like acoustic levitation.
Show acoustic levitation in nature. That's what I want to see. That's what we're talking about, glue sniffer. My word.
Or magnetic levitation. Whatever.
Show me some magnetic levitation in nature. I want to see that. Idiot.
I can make it go up.
Yeah, you can make it go up. Yeah. Yeah, that's what you're doing. But you're doing it. Show it in nature. Wow, man.
Even though it has a downward bias.
There you go, Flatsy.
Yeah, but you're not changing the polarity or the reason.
Oh, I'm just saying, do you agree that something can go up even though it has a downward bias?
Do you agree that something can go up even though it has a downward bias? Oh my God. How are you going to show that? How are you going to demonstrate and prove that? That was just stupid.
He's giving Dave Farina a run for his money.
Yeah, he is.
In a Van de Graaff generator, that you can create a levitation, right? A levitation, which is a prevention.
What are you smiling for, you reifying retard? You don't know that you're getting your ass ripped through your throat. You'd probably still smile.
Of the thing going down, a levitation of very small pieces of matter. You can create a levitation, but that's just prevention. That is not a changing of polarity.
My question's simple though, like if an object's more dense than the medium, it has a downward bias.
There you go, Flatsy.
I can make my phone levitate if I used enough.
I can make my phone levitate.
You can't do that.
With acoustic levitation.
Show it in nature. You idiot.
In magnetic levitation, I 100% can.
You 100% can. Let's see it. Although it's irrelevant because we're talking about what happens in nature, you moron. You've lost the plot, to say the least.
It's fair enough. Between two magnets, you could probably make it levitate. Yeah,
Okay. I'm just trying to make a point, dude. This isn't
a reifying point
about electrostatic set. So then we have to concede that even though this object has a downward bias,
Flatsy,
because it's more dense in the air, it can still go up. And so
yeah, it just did. You just did it.
Just because something goes up doesn't mean that there's not a downward bias present.
Present. Does anybody get? He's a glue sniffer. What the hell? What the hell is going on here? He can't be this stupid, can he? That's rhetorical.
Right.
Okay, but I can cause my. Hang on. There's my phone. Right. This is my phone. I'm causing it to go up. Now I'm holding it up there. That's the same thing. That's not going to stop the fact that once I let it go, it's going to go down. I'm preventing it from going down.
Okay. So whenever people say, is there a downward bias? And I say yes, and then Oakley or whoever.
Oakley, that's one of the prongs in the crown. We got an Oakley call out. Keep track.
Did he just do another fallacy, or did I? Sorry, Booger was asking me something.
You're going to have to get a little bit more specific there, Flatsy.
Can I get a J?
You got plenty of J's. Here we go.
It's going to go down. I'm preventing it from going down.
Okay. So whenever people say, is there a downward bias? And I say yes, and then Oakley or whoever starts screaming about helium balloons go up or gas goes up.
Screaming. Wait, did you get your fallacy there?
I didn't count that one because he was giving some sort of scenario instead of actually doing the reifying.
Yeah, he's still stupid.
So there is no downward bias. That's pretty stupid, right? Because
there is no downward bias. That's another fallacy with a helium balloon. You abject idiot. Don't worry about chat. You got enough problems.
Something can go up even if there is a downward.
Say again?
I'm sorry. Is he saying that there's a downward bias in things that go up?
Yes.
Wowzers. so it's not going down, it's just going less up then.
Yes.
Nice. Here we are again.
Downward bias.
There's another one, Flatsy.
You don't add in context. If you're saying if you said there's a downward bias for the majority of matter, states of matter in the medium of air, that would be a correct statement, right?
Even if there's a downward bias, things go up, right?
Yeah, most things go down in air, but like wood will go.
Dude, don't miss that one, Flatsy. I'm not going to stop on every one. I'm going to leave it up to you.
Down in air, but yet wood will float in water.
So even if there's downward bias, things can go up, right?
Don't worry about chat, Holmes. Focus. You got enough problems up to this point.
Balloon.
Yeah, there's a balloon will go up. So it's when you say downward bias, the phone has a downward bias, but the helium balloon has a.
He's Jedi mind tricked into Brian thinking the phone has a downward bias again.
An upward bias.
Okay. So if I can make the phone go up, then what that means is even though the phone has a downward bias due to its density, it can still be something else can be introduced that will make it go up.
Yeah, you. Something man-made, something synthetic. You abject idiot.
So we can't pretend that a sufficient rebuttal to a downward bias is just to say things go up. That's so stupid.
No, you're stupid. You abject moron. That was one of the stupidest things I think I've ever heard. Let's do it again. Go ahead, do it again, numpty dipshit.
That will make it go up. So we can't pretend that a sufficient rebuttal to a downward bias is just to say things go up. That's so stupid. It's
what a ass clown, man.
The actual answer to his stupid question would be stupid. I
Yep.
just don't understand
No one.
why he keeps dying on this hill, man.
Well, because he's an abject moron. That's why.
But that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, you're stupid.
That doesn't mean anything. That is just you preventing it going down. There's a difference from changing the polarity and causing something that always goes down in the air to go up.
Worry about Chat Holmes and your little retard smile. He's so stupid he doesn't realize that he's just ripped his asshole through his throat by himself. That's how dumb he is.
And preventing it from going down. There's a difference. Like
I think it's just like you guys have been saying.
You guys, are we getting more apparitions over here? It's only one guy.
Bugs me greatly, right? Because, frankly, Brian shouldn't even be dignifying this with a response, and Whitsitt should be grateful that he is, and he's interrupting him.
My hand. There's my hands preventing my phone from going down. That's no different than what's going on in the Van de Graaff generator. Just a different process. No, but it doesn't change reality. Reality is the phone. Okay, one second. Why does my phone go down in air? Why does it go down in air? Because
multiple reasons.
It doesn't have enough resistance to stop the phone. There's too much density, too much weight. This phone, there's too much, like the air around it can't stop it.
I'm still here. Just a second. Just keep. I mean, yeah. I'm saying, is it a good rebuttal to say there is no downward bias because something goes up? Do you agree that there can be a downward bias, but you can still make something?
Do you like that, Nathan? He's a moron, man. Let's go. I'll give it a 5.
Why do these guys do this? Is it a good rebuttal to have a good rebuttal? To completely annihilate the point? Is that really a good rebuttal? To absolutely annihilate my point by making it seem completely stupid? Is that a good rebuttal? Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
There is no downward bias because something goes up. Do you agree that there can be a downward bias, but you can still make something go up?
Well, you can cause it to levitate, which is a prevention from it going in the direction it naturally will go. I mean, if you're going to say a downward bias, you can say it with the.
Don't worry about Chat Holmes. Focus now.
You must add caveats to that. You must say with context, within the medium of air. If you add in those things, it's when people like Bob. Now, I'm not attacking Bob. I know the man is dead, but Bob used to say there was a downward bias, right? Now, that he was talking about a downward bias for everything. He even said gases have a downward bias. It's like, no, Bob, they don't. It was wrong. So, yes, most things in air will go down, right? But because most things are more dense than air. But in water, that changes. In other mediums, that changes. But in air, most things will go down. That, all liquids and solids basically will go down, with the exception of very small portions of dust and that due to wind and stuff will lift them. But that doesn't mean that they're not, that the dust is not more dense than the air.
Like, I don't know why this is such a hard question to answer.
You don't have a coherent question, you numpty dipshit.
Brian, like I'm saying, okay, whenever someone says, oh, what's it? Do you think there's a, all we get is ad homs in the chat.
Don't worry about the chat, glue sniffer. God, what a Sally you are.
Yeah, but you're not, it's all good. So,
it's all good. It's all good. Clown.
Whenever someone says, what's it? Do you think there's a downward bias?
Who would ever ask you a question? That's my point. Why would anyone ask the dumbass you a question?
And I say yes. And then someone says, haha, you're so stupid. Gas goes up. That means there's not a downward bias. That's stupid because something can have a downward bias and you can still make it go up.
He won't let it go. What a moron. Yeah, you did it. Wow.
That doesn't mean the downward bias of density went away just because I made it go up. That's retarded. Okay.
No, you're retarded.
Next point. What is the definition of density?
Uh-oh.
1 second. I'll answer that in a second, right? Just on that point before you move away from it, right?
Yeah, fair enough. Go ahead.
Right. On that point before you move away from it, if you add in the caveats that Bob didn't add in.
Who are you, Jimmy 2 times?
Then nobody will have an issue with it. I want to see.
Straight up.
Super Jimmy 2 times.
Sasha sent, what the F is up and down in English? Chaos.
Well, thanks for that.
See how anyone would have an issue with it. But Bob didn't add in those caveats. So maybe the thing for you to have done is correct Bob on it at the time, because you knew better at the time.
I corrected Bob on many things.
If you
I corrected Bob on many things. I did correct Bob on many things.
I corrected Bob on many things. I corrected Bob on many things. I corrected Bob on many things.
Sorry, what are you saying?
I corrected Bob on many things because you have to be very particular about how you word things. But my point is that whenever someone says they're a downward bias, and if you say yes, then they make fun of you and ask how their nuts taste because things go.
Oh boy, they
you know me there, because I point out the stuff going up there.
Well, that's a really low IQ. Not like that isn't
like yours. Yours is the lowest of the low. That's why we called you shits at 0 for a while before Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball.
It makes sense. Things can go up even if there's a downward bias.
Because if you're just going to say there's a downward bias, then that's not correct. You're not correctly describing reality. You must add in those caveats with air and the fact that almost everything is more dense than air. And even the gases that are less dense than air, they won't go down unless they're in a concentration. And even at that, they'll only even the really dense gases like carbon dioxide and that, they will just have they will have a slow diffusion rate, but they will just diffuse into the air. So even with that, it's not analogous.
All right, bro.
If you add in the caveats, then people won't have a problem. You have to look at I have to use Bob as the best example. When Bob said there's a downward bias, he meant for everything, and that was incorrect. And that's what.
Okay, we're gonna get to that. But like the point is that something can have a downward bias, and you don't debunk that there's a downward bias just by making it go up. I can throw my phone up. I can introduce something that makes it go up. It still has a downward bias because of the density relationship.
The last time I checked, down was the opposite of up. Like, is he not aware of this or what? Like, this is the guy running around talking about he got 160 IQ, and he's literally telling everybody that there's a downward bias for things that go up, and I guess that also means that there's a upward bias for things that go down.
Yes, sir.
This is dumb.
So just because
yeah, it's very dumb. Yes.
Something goes up doesn't mean there's no downward bias. Okay, we haven't proven that there's a downward bias on the Earth yet.
We haven't proven that there's a. What the hell are you talking about then? What? Let's do a 5 on that one. What?
Something goes up doesn't mean there's no downward bias. Okay, we haven't proven that there's a downward bias on the Earth yet.
Then what? What are you talking about?
Well, that's the end of the video then.
Let's see if he makes it to 30 because he's at 29 times using downward bias in the affirmative.
Now he just took it back. They haven't proven that yet.
I agree. That's not the point. The point is the logic of the claim.
There is no logic. It has nothing to do with logic. You don't know what logic is. We already demonstrated that in spades long ago. This has nothing whatsoever to do with logic. Moron.
It can't. It can't have anything to do with it because he's using a reification fallacy.
That's the least of his problems. This is not logical in any aspect.
No downward bias because something goes up. That is stupid.
No, you're stupid.
But I want to give you the full floor. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to step away to use the bathroom, but I can still hear you because my headphones are Bluetooth, okay? And what
his panties are in a bunch. Just give him a second.
I want to give you the full chance to lay this out, right? I want to know what is density, and then go ahead.
Look at what you just said. I can't let that go, right? When you say there's a downward bias, you're not talking about the helium balloon going down, but Bob was talking.
He's not talking. No, he's reading chat, dude. He's not listening to you.
Talking about the helium balloon having a more down than an up. Bob was talking about everything, and that's why the term downward bias, when you don't add in the caveats, then it's seen as you're saying that everything goes down, which is basically like a force of gravity. where they had to hijack buoyancy because everything doesn't go down.
I like that this conversation is so redundant because, like, when FED or QE reacts to
redundant. How is it redundant?
Oh, he's reacting to it, brother. Don't you worry.
He's the one in charge of it.
This is his argument from Butthurt.
Whenever I review it, it took a long time to me to get this far. So,
to it, they're gonna straw man my argument.
There we go, another prong in the crown, straw man. So he's Gene Dixoning me. What's the straw man, glue sniffer?
My argument is,
oh, you're not going to give my straw man that you just conjured.
Something has a downward bias. This phone's more dense than the air. It has a downward bias.
There's two more, Flatsy.
Yes. Okay. Objectively, it has a tendency to go down, a preferred direction of down because it's more dense in the air. It has a downward bias. I can make the phone go up with magnetic levitation, for example.
Here we go again. Magnetic levitation. Show. And then show it in nature. Glue sniffer.
Just because I make the phone go up.
Yeah, you made it go up.
Doesn't mean that there's no downward bias. There's still a density downward bias. But
why is he
Brian?
Why is he attached to this argument?
Hold up, Chocolate. Go ahead, Nathan.
Chat.
Super chat.
Dr. Fent, logic like something in nothing.
Yes, just like that, Sasha. Thank you. Nathan first, then Chocolate. Go ahead, Nathan.
It's the equivalent of saying, look, there's a bias towards breathing oxygen in water. Every creature does it. There's a bias towards it. You go, well, what about all the ones that are breathing air? Oh, that's just incoherent. We all are biased towards breathing with the oxygen in water. And look, here's my example. Yeah, I can lift a fish out of the water very unnaturally. But we're all biased towards breathing water. And you just bringing up stuff that doesn't breathe water, it's just stupid.
Yeah. Nice one. Nicely done. Chocolate.
I was going to tell Brian. Brian, maybe you should have asked him. Could you measure the downward bias that you just said that you can't prove? Can you measure that in an object moving upwards? And wait and laugh.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
That's what Chocolate's doing that from experience, though. He's saying, I just want to tell it, high five, right? Yeah. Why is Chocolate saying that? Because that's what we had to do with Ballers.
Yep.
Didn't we, Chocolate?
Yep.
Adam, have you stumbled back in here just yet? What is he snorting? A Southern Comfort.
Southern Comfort with the lemonade. Fantastic.
Unbelievable.
I can still make it go up because there's another variable that makes it go up.
What? Like you? Is that the other variable? My God.
Even though it has a downward bias due to the density relationship. So it is not a sufficient rebuttal to say there's no downward bias because gas doesn't go down, go boom, boom. Ha, 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 ha.
Look at that.
He's talking about stuff going up and relationships. Is he punting? I mean, I stepped out for a second. Is he promoting Jaren's relationship counselling? Going up, relationship. It's dick pills.
Did he just do another reification?
Yeah, not only that, look at his Nancy fag flail and watch this again.
Say there's no downward bias because gas doesn't go down, go boom, boom. Ha, 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 ha. That's stupid.
No, it doesn't, Witsit. That's right. Yeah, that's basically the end of your argument. That's correct. But, I mean, if you just make it sound like it's stupid by putting it into a silly voice, I like saying stuff don't go down because stuff's going up, with an example of stuff going up. Yeah, it's going up, though, isn't it?
Brian, that would have been the moment to be like, hey, what's it? Does gas go down, down, go boom, boom? Go splash, splash?
Yeah, thank you. Shout out to Betty. Here, let's do it again. Here, get a good view of him. Here, watch his dumbass.
Or bias because gas doesn't go down, go boom, boom. Ha, 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 ha.
This is something else the Ballers used to do. Ballers would parrot back our rebuttal to us in a funny voice. Like, what, you think that putting the rebuttal to me like it's an argument, it's going to succeed? It's like a baller.
He's as dumb as one, that's for sure.
That's stupid. Just because
I was.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say that what that is something that the ballers do, and it's like you're trying to belittle the thing that is obviously destroying your whole ethos.
Yep.
So you're trying to belittle it. It's like you're assassinating the validity of the rebuttal of your argument.
Yeah, from the second grade playground, because that's what his mentality is.
There's a classic example of that. You know what it is? Refraction. You mean the end of your argument? They go, ha ha ha, refraction. You mean no geometric physical sphere edge for a horizon, no Earth curve, refraction. They just think that it's a rebuttal when they're actually parroting back the devastation of their paradigm when they say refraction.
Yep, that's exactly what's happened. That's exactly what he did. You got it.
something goes up doesn't mean there's no downward bias.
So you're talking about electrostatics then?
We're going to get into that, but this is what I want to do because I don't want to straw.
Oh, I can't wait.
Menu. I want you to tell me what you think the cause of things going down is, and I'm going to step away, but I'm still going to be able to hear you. I want you to fully explain it.
Isn't that hold on? Isn't this the entire point? How long are we into the video?
Hour 54 minutes.
And Brian saying it sounds like, oh, Brian's just cool and reserved. No, that's the whole point of this discussion, isn't it?
Who knows? I've lost track.
Brian, isn't the whole point of this is to get to that particular, exactly that?
Yeah, that's the whole point of it. He's claiming this electrostatics do X, Y, or Z, or cause X, Y, or Z because he doesn't know what they are. And I think at the time I didn't even realize he was talking about inter and intramolecular bonds. So that was the whole point of this. He was supposed to get to how they're doing whatever he's saying they are and how they're doing what he's saying they're doing. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So when you're saying, yeah, we're going to get to the electrostatics, in other words, are we going to get to the bleeding point eventually, an hour and whatever into this discussion? And what's his response? Well, just got to step away. That's what you're here for, isn't it?
His panties are in a bunch.
Yeah, but that's the weakest part of his. Sorry, guys. Go on, Kiwi.
He's got to go fix his panties are in a bunch, so he's got to go fix them, and then he'll come back. Okay.
Look.
I want you to fully explain it is what I'm saying, because I just take your time. So like what my question is like, what is density, right? Because if we're invoking it, we need to know how to define it. Like, what is density specifically? And then kind of explain to me why you think things go up or down, or what is density disequilibrium? Kind of explain your position of why things go up or down. And then we can go from there. Why I'm going to step away, but I can still hear you. That's cool.
Well, I'll wait for you to come back to the
video. Every 5 seconds he's annoying me at the moment. So, Brian, pray tell, did you have a claim in this regard, my friend?
No.
Well, I didn't. I went in just to purely talk to him about the electrostatics thing. I mean, I suppose if I was asked, I would say, yeah, relative density if I was asked, but we were supposed to be there to talk about the dielectric acceleration. Like, I would say relative density, yeah, I'm not going to lie about that. I would.
No, that's not positive.
Hey, Nathan, keep it going for a minute or so. I'll be right back.
That's not, okay, fine. Yeah, that's not a positive claim on your part, though. If you say relative density, number one, I can offer scientific validity to a vector change if you show me one. Right, now that is a positive claim if you've got a vector change being demonstrated and you want to make a positive assertion about what caused it, then you can offer scientific validity, the density of the medium claim with empiricism behind it. But if you just say relative density, it's not a positive claim of anything. You know, you don't, my point being, Brian, you're not saying stuff, Earth's moving up, or stuff always goes down, or there's an incoherent dielectric accelerative downward bias. You're not saying anything as far as I can tell. Relative density is not a positive claim unless I'm very much mistaken.
Well, no, but, relative density, see, the thing about it is it's not something I have a problem with saying. It's because it's proven scientifically. We have scientific evidence of it. Do you know what I mean? We have an experiment, everything. The real problem I'd have there would be, Nathan, him asking me what my position is. when he's fully aware of what my position is, as if he doesn't know that position himself. Do you know what I mean? He's trying to create, what he's trying to do there is, yes, but he also create two positions, like a dichotomy.
Yeah.
You know, it could be this or it could be that. That's what he's trying to do. If you understand what I mean.
He needs something to oppose, so he's got something to leverage against you while he postulates his nonsense about incoherent electric accelerative downward biases that he's asserting in a positive format. You saying, well, relative density. Now, if the question is, why do some things go up, some things go down, and some things remain neutral, then the answer could be put forth to experimental validity, which has been done long before Whitsitt turned up. Point being, though, in this particular instance, with this conversation, you've got him there be held to task on his positive claims about exactly that incoherent dielectric accelerative downward biases that he's claiming in the positive. So him saying, I want to hear what you've got to say about this. Why? Just, I shouldn't have to summarise it over these couple of minutes just to do it. I'm dragging it out because Kiwi's told me to.
Yeah,
My
but he
point
does
is,
the same thing.
yeah, but he flips the burden.
Go on, Neil, I'll go after you.
Sorry, I'm just saying he does the same thing with the Mickelson Morley and the double slit. Does the same thing.
Well, what he's doing here is, I have brought up the electrostatic point, the very thing that we're supposed to be talking about. And straight away, he wants me to give my position. If you understand, it's like we're supposed to be talking about this electrostatic position that he holds, this downward bias position that he holds. But instead, he wants me to give my position. So he can then, it's like we're not there to talk about that. We're supposed to be, not that I have a problem with it. The point is that you're supposed to be talking about electrostatics. And when I bring it up, you want to have me chatting about my position. Do you know what I mean? Because he needs to create a dichotomy, you know?
Exactly. He needs to create a position that he can brace against, which is to say, he's claiming we have a bias towards breathing oxygen in water. You don't make a claim about it, but you say, well, you know, some stuff breathes air. And you're like, oh, well, that's a completely ludicrous position to take. What's your position when I suggest we predominantly or have a bias towards breathing oxygen in water? What's your position, Brian? You're like, well, you've already given it. It's already been brushed past. He's put it in stupid tones like it's an untenable position to hold when it's actually the outcome of this entire discussion. Yet now he's asking you to give your position. You're like, this isn't an outrage.
Well, you know what the worst part for me is? This annoys me because I didn't realise when he was talking about electrostatics, I actually didn't realise at the time that he was referring to, because I didn't realise that inter and intramolecular bonds were called electrostatics. I didn't know that at the time. Right? I wasn't aware of that fact. I just knew them as inter and intramolecular bonds. If I was aware of that, this conversation would have ended within 5 minutes. And I didn't know that at the time.
For them, you don't know what you don't know.
I didn't know that term was referring to them because I kept hearing this electrostatics, and I kept on hearing about static electricity from him and other people. So I was of the opinion that he was referring to a static electricity because he didn't know that electrostatics were not static electricity.
Your confusion and ignorance isn't down to his knowledge and understanding of either. When QE returns, he'll back me up. He doesn't know what any of these things mean. He doesn't know what electrostatic means, electricity, static electricity. He convolutes all of these things.
But you see, at the time, I was under the impression that he was far more knowledgeable and researched than he really is. I was under the impression at the time that he had done loads of research and that he had some kind of argument to make. Not that I thought he could make it against what I was putting forth, but the point is that I thought that he actually understood what he was claiming. Because I actually did. At the time, I thought that he actually understood what electrostatics were. So, because I thought they were what he was saying. I didn't realise that they were something, that they were intramolecular bonds.
Isn't it? No, that's fair enough. It's good that you can admit that, because that is the trick that he's duped most of his followers with. I'm not saying you're falling victim or prey to his savvy trickery. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the bullshittery of illusion of understanding or seeming to understand what you're talking about is what Whitsitt's leveraging most of the time. He's a bullshitter.
Yeah.
Therefore, when he gets caught out, he has to lie because he hasn't got anything to fall back on.
Yes, sir.
So I'm gonna assume that maybe eventually you'll give us the context of what citations you gave him and what way to use those citations against Globers.
Yes.
So you'll give us that?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I didn't follow that at all, Flatsy. What?
When QE initially gave Wixit, yes, baby. When he initially gave him the citations and the argument to use against Globers with electrostatics, I was hoping that we'd get there.
Well, we're going to get there.
Excellent.
Man, I got those carrots are hot. Hold on a second.
Jolly good. Yeah, but that's bullshitters for you, right? They have a surface level regurgitation, and if what's the giveaway, right? In all bullshitters, there's one thing that gives them away, yeah, and it's that fast talking when it ain't needed.
Yes.
Now, don't get me wrong. There's going to be examples where people will go, "Oh, hold on, you talk fast." No, I'm waiting for the interruption before I've made my conclusion. That's why I'm talking quickly. There's a difference. Wixit talks quickly because he wants to hurry past what he's regurgitated at a surface level.
Yep.
Get past it because then he can spew the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And then the previous three things don't have to be qualified, quantified, or substantiated in any way, shape, or form. It's only the last thing he spews that he might have to deal with.
Yes, sir. You're quick on the uptake. So you've been bullshitted.
I've been around Wixit. I know his MO.
You've been
I've been
bullshitted.
saying this for the longest freaking time.
Oh,
All
shut
this is a fast talker.
Yeah. So you've been bullshitted before.
Many a times.
Doesn't
I've been a
bullshit
I've been a
me.
salesman. I know how to be a bullshitter. It takes one to know one. I'm not afraid to admit it. When I was out bullshitting about electronics, I had to pretend like I knew how electronics worked.
Sure.
And I would talk about stuff about electronics. And I had a surface puke regurgitation of an engineer's point of view when I asked him, how does this work? And he gave me a base level regurgitation that he thought I'd tolerate as a dumbass salesperson. And I went to my customers and regurgitated that shit like I was an engineer. That's a bullshitter.
Yeah, but
I know what a
every
bullshitter
word,
is. I've been one.
every word you speak, even though you speak fast, is audible. I can understand every word you're saying. Wixit, you can't.
But if I talk to you about Burr Brown DACs and 196 kilohertz sampling rates and making up waveforms with points on a graph, Neil, I could lose you pretty quickly. If you just heard a CD playing that sounded beautiful and I talked that kind of stuff about how amazing my 10 grand CD player was, you go, wow. Suddenly you're sold on the bullshit. Just playing a freaking CD, isn't it? Right?
Yep.
You need that bullshit alongside it. Well, this is no different. He's selling Ethereanism. He needs his Burr Brown 196-bit DAX to go along with it and people to be wowed by that bullshittery. That's all he's doing.
Yep. He's a clown. Let's continue.
So I'll wait for you to come back and then I'll do that. Because if you're not here, I'd rather just be here to interact with him.
All right.
Okay, I mean, sure. I'm just saying, like, I can still hear you. Like, I mean, just take your time to define it, because I don't want to stop the show. But it's a
hammer or the chat or something until you come back.
all right. Hammer, is it cool if I step away for like 2 minutes?
We're gonna sidestep this.
I don't mind waiting.
Wait till that glue sniffer sits down. There he is.
You believe that?
Possibly, yeah, possibly.
All right, bro. What is the definition of density?
Do you want the official definition, the electrostatics, like, or?
I just want to know whatever you think density. Like what? Like we're saying that density.
The official definition, the electrostatics. What the hell? What?
Yeah, what was that, Brian? What are you babbling about? I'm quiet.
Hey, is Johnny Cochran here?
It was a sentence fragment leading into what he's there for because Brian's getting lazy.
No, I was away from my phone. I don't know what I was talking about there. I was bringing up electrostatics, trying to get him to talk about electrostatics. That's what I'm trying to do, because I'm in there trying to get him to talk about electrostatics, because he wants to have a debate about electrostatics, yet he won't talk about them.
Yes, that's exactly what I said. You spewed out a sentence fragment and then got back onto what you wanted out of the subject. So it just came out as nonsense. But you're just hinting back at it because you've said it. You've probably at this stage said it 27 times, right, Brian? That's what you're there for. You're just getting bored because you're only wanting to focus on it. He disappears, comes back, and starts asking you to define stuff. You're like, it's the official definition of electrostatics. You're like, because that's what you're there for. He's just non-stop subverting why he's there.
Is what causes things to go up or down. So I just want to know, what is density?
So you want my description of what is happening, the effects?
Well, I want to know what density is first.
What's density? Well, density is, I can only describe it as density of matter. That's the only way I can describe it. Like I can give you go into the electrostatics, no bother. But if you want to talk about density, see what we're talking about is the effects that we see due to density, right? Is it not?
He doesn't know. He's too busy watching chat and typing in chat. He doesn't know.
Yeah, but we got to start at the first step, right? So density is the equation people use.
Density is the equation people use, really.
It's just how
volume.
Dense stuff is.
Say again.
Just how dense stuff is.
That's another reification. My gosh, I'm gonna have to quit because he's about up to 40. That's enough to just be like, you're an umpty.
Over mass. I mean, mass over volume.
Well,
and then it's
mass over volume. What's mass?
Well,
I agree. We both agree that mass is like not really properly defined, right?
No, I drove that into you in 24/7. It took about 4 or 5 months for you to finally get it.
Well, it's not. It's just
a concept.
It's just mole in chemistry.
No, it's not a concept either, you dumbass.
They got rid of mass. They just didn't tell everyone. Einstein got rid of mass. They just didn't tell everyone.
But we still use
Einstein got rid of mass, but just didn't tell anyone. That was a good one, Brian. That's really good.
The equation mass over volume to determine density.
I thought you just said that you can't define mass. So why are you still trying to bugger it in, idiot?
Yeah, but what's mass? Only matter. When really,
I agree with you. I agree.
I love it. Do you see what just happened? Right, what that was Whitsitt comes in holding a big fat chainsaw that he thinks he's got.
Yep.
Right, and he swings it around his head, and Brian's just ignoring him. Right, like it's not even happening. Right, and then Whitsitt goes, this fucking chainsaw didn't even scare him. So he puts the chainsaw down, steps back away from it. Brian then picks it up and whips both his legs off with it. Because he's just asked Whitsitt, well, what's the definition of mass then?
I know, this guy's a moron, man. Whitsitt, you're an abject moron, dude.
What's the wrong?
With you. So let's just define it without the equation. It's the compactness of matter.
No, it's not. It's not the compactness of matter. Nope. It's the amount of matter in a given volume, not the compactness. The compactness will increase the density in a volume. It's not the compactness. You're an idiot. You have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable, you dumbass.
In a certain volume.
You just define density.
Yeah, I'm okay.
What's that?
You're trying to convolute density and mass? Because I don't understand how you're trying to define something. You just said there's no real definition for it. It's great.
Yeah, that's what I mean by Chop saw Brian picking up that tool on that he's just left on the floor for no reason, running.
Okay with that. I mean, it'd be easier. Well, I suppose no, at the moment. Yeah, that would be fair enough. It depends on how much matter is in. Let's just say within how much matter exists within a centimeter cubed or something like that.
You
just agreed with that.
Like the amount of matter in a certain volume.
Yeah, like if gold has.
It's the amount of matter in a certain volume. I would live with that.
Its own centimeter cubed density calculation.
It's not the compactness of it, though. You screwed up before, dipshit.
Mercury, etc.
And that's like the periodic chart, right? Like
No, it's not like the periodic chart, and it's not called the periodic chart. It's called the periodic table, and it's not like it at all. You're an idiot.
Have different elements with different densities and stuff like that.
Oh my God. Does it have volume on there? Somebody show me volume on a periodic table.
I think it is the periodic chart. Round 3 at number 4. It's upward rising Earth. And at number 3, a no mover with incoherent dielectric acceleration. But 1 at number 2, it's gravity as a force. And in at number 1, it's Einsteinian bent fourth dimensional pseudo-Riemannian space-time. Let's hear it for Einstein, everybody.
So compactness of matter. So if I was to ask,
it's not the compactness of matter. You're a moron.
It's the periodic chart, though.
What's the cause of density? It would have to be whatever's holding that matter together with a certain compactness, right?
Yeah, the bonds.
So the bonds.
The bonds, yeah, but how can you appeal to the bonds since you deny molecules and atoms and electrons? What the hell are you doing here, clown show? You can't speak to bonds, chemical bonds. You moron. This is like Stalin with his keynote address of communism appealing to soybean futures.
To hurry. Superchat.
Super ass clown.
No more to hurry.
Flatter Travolta sent, is this a new ping pong golf ball debate?
No, it's a little older. They're all the same. They're really stupid. But he's up against somebody a little bit more, how would you say, wiser than T-Jump. He's an idiot. Thanks, Flatter Travolta. Appreciate it.
The bonds are electrostatic, right?
The bonds are electrostatic, really. How can you appeal to them? You're a moron.
Yeah, what you're going to bring up is the bonds. The
Let's let him bring it up.
Ionic, covalent, hydrogen, all those bonds. There's metallic. Is it metallic?
Yeah, it's ionic, covalent, metallic bonds. Those are intramolecular bonds, like between atoms. And I thought I was talking. Was there somebody who wanted to interrupt?
Yeah, I said intra.
Did you say really?
I did.
Okay. Well, more power to you. So those are intramolecular bonds, right? And then you have intermolecular bonds, which are basically van der Waals forces. You got hydrogen bonding, London dispersion forces, dipole. Yeah, the ones you can't believe in. Glue sniffer?
Bonds. There's 5 or 6 different ones that they define. And
yeah, but just to keep it simple for everyone.
Yeah.
No, we're going to have to keep it simple for you. Glue sniffer?
They define it as holding the matter together.
Yeah, like molecular and intermolecular bonds.
Bonds are obviously referring to.
Intra and intermolecular bonds, not just the headlines that I gave you, douchebag. Like he's just regurgitating the surface puke off it because you don't know what you're talking about. You don't have any depth. You're contradicting yourself with every breath. Your whole being is being contradicted, but you're too stupid to realize it. 101 Dalmatians, moron.
The metals and stuff.
And we agree that all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces or bonds are electrostatic in nature.
That's not an agreement ladder. And they're intra and inter. Yes, that's correct. That's what I gave you.
Well, yeah.
From Purdue University, I think. We'll have to check that when we go back.
Yeah, if you define electrostatics, that's what they're talking about, the bonds, the hydrogen bonds, etc.
Okay, so you agree that the cause of density would be the electrostatic bonds that...
Say again?
Pause. Well, Brian, before this was played out, professed to the idea that he didn't comprehend this. Yeah, you do, Brian. Really? I don't know why you were doing yourself down, Brian. You obviously comprehend this. You've just said it.
That's where, this is where I was going wrong, though, Nathan. I originally thought that inter and intramolecular bonds were chemical bonds. but I was given the impression from him and people on his side that I was wrong, that they were actually electrostatic. Static electric bonds.
Static
They were
electricity.
Yes, this is it. So I was confused. I was second guessing myself. See, I took this debate at the last minute. I was second guessing myself, thinking maybe I have that wrong.
Oh, so they Jedi mind tricked you.
Well, no, I didn't know. He didn't actually directly do anything. It's that it's just him and people like on his side at the time were coming at us, and I was thinking, do I have that wrong? Am I wrong to say chemical bonds? But now I know I would have been right, and if I had known how right I was, I would have ended it.
Yeah.
But
that's fair enough.
No, it's better, far better to be second guessing yourself, going, have I got this right? I want to be absolutely certain. And if you're slightly in doubt, better off going, I don't know if I'm 100% right on this. And then check in. I mean, you're up against someone who's balls to the wall, just going to bullshit and pretend they know, regardless of if they do or don't, right? But you're just more cautionary. Good, but it seems like it's on what you're saying. So, but you're just telling us what you're thinking at the time, and as QE put it, yeah, you got Jedi mind tricked by these guys.
What it was is I knew more than I realized I knew.
Yes. Yeah,
and he knew less. And he knew less. So, yeah, while you're like, do I really know this? Yeah, you do. And while you're thinking, yeah, well, he must know what he's talking about. No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. You guys aren't going to see this. I might as well go over this now. But you could see it on the run back if you want to in Discord. So here is it from, chemistry department at Purdue. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. I knew this in junior high school. But I gave this to him so he could whip those ball tards around by their short hair. It goes on. There are several types of attractive intermolecular forces: dipole, London dispersion, hydrogen bonding, and induced dipole. The first three are known as van der Waals forces. Okay? So the three types of intramolecular forces are covalent, ionic, and metallic. The three types of intermolecular forces are, I just went over, dipole, London dispersion, hydrogen bonding. Like I said, van der Waals forces. Intramolecular, these hold atoms together within a molecule. But he doesn't believe in atoms. So how can he appeal to it? It's like I said, it's a Joseph Stalin routine with soybean futures. And say again?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's all right, go ahead.
I was going to say, and what was this in rebuttal to on the globe side?
What was what in rebuttal to on the globe? He was just putting forth that electrostatic forces. Oh, I know where you're going. Well, because eventually his electrostatics will get him into an argument against gravity. Eventually. That's the answer. So intermolecular. Go on.
Said 10-4.
Yep. Intermolecular forces, like I said, these are attractive forces between molecules. While intra is within intra and inter. Good. Like I said, you can watch it back in Discord. Super intermolecular forces.
Give a hint to the audience just how I remember that difference, that is. You're talking about gases.
Yeah, after the super chat.
I'm sorry.
Flat Earth Travolta sent, has anyone on the panel, well, hold on. Has anyone on the panel has availed themselves of Jaren's natural male enhancement or marriage counselor?
No.
Asking for a friend.
No, I didn't do it for her either, no.
The last thing he said, asking for a friend if it's any good.
Nice
yeah,
one.
we covered that at the beginning. In case anybody's joining us late, we did actually cover that at the beginning of the live stream, and it's summarized as the adulteration of flat Earth by these gentlemen's tootsie-roll dicks, I think is the terminology QE used. And yeah, their adulteration of the flat Earth subject with guidance, counselling, and dick lifts and pills. Who cares? Let's move on from this garbage. If you were sold that stuff, hopefully you feel like you got value. Let's move on.
that hold the matter together with a certain compactness.
Yeah, and you're going to talk about dipole to dipole.
Damn, listen to dipole force. Look, you don't know what dipole forces are, do you?
I don't call him like that. Brian's age.
He is age.
Right.
I don't know if I do.
Brian's doing fantastically.
I
Right,
know.
The reason I can only distinguish between these two is because of gases in the debate, right? Otherwise, this would be inconsequential and I wouldn't care or remember any of this stuff, right? Why can I remember the difference between intra and intermolecular bonding forces? Well, because gases are subject to them if you're talking about intermolecular bonding. So therefore, there's only one other, right? The intramolecular bonding that's between the particles themselves as opposed to lots of them conjoined together in a liquid or a solid. Right, so because gases aren't subject to that particular force, it's for me easier to remember the distinction between the two. Someone tried to catch me out in that in politics. Did anybody hear that? Hopefully.
Did they?
Yeah, they did. Tried to catch me out with that.
Did they fail?
Yeah, they didn't hang around long enough to realise how badly they'd failed. I semi-hinted that they'd caught me out because I thought, I wonder if he'll try and trip me up again with this, thinking that he's caught me out. You know, I just play with my food sometimes.
Sure.
I do it too sometimes.
Yep, sure. Thanks.
London dispersion, is that the direction you're going?
Well, these are a bunch of concepts of the bonds and stuff.
They're not concepts. They're chemical bonds, you moron.
That's a giveaway. That's a tell.
What?
That's a tell. That's a bullshitter's tell. That's what that was.
Yeah. Concepts, huh? Is it the when we say it, is that the concept, or what that actually is the concept? Which one? You friggin' Egypt.
But either way, what can be proven with like chemistry?
Yeah, if you define it.
YouTube boned me again. Where was it, Flatsy? I hate when they do that shit.
What?
It was at 2 hour. Hold on.
Okay.
No, hold on. Yeah,
What
2
are
hours.
you doing to you?
Shut up, Nathan, and I'll tell you afterwards. Go ahead, Flatsy.
I'm trying to find it. I'm right here on YouTube. So it was at 2 hours and like that's it, 31 seconds or something like that.
It took me back 20 seconds. 2 hours 30.
That's not necessarily. Yeah, that is it. Yeah.
Somewhere right around there. Nathan, once in a while with these long videos, I'll hit play and YouTube will just swing it back like 30 to 40 seconds for no friggin' reason. YouTube. Friggin' communists.
Because it's being displaced upwards because the surrounding air is more dense. Even though the pressure within the balloon is greater than the surrounding pressure, the density of the helium, because you can write the density of the helium is less than the density of the air, so it's being displaced upwards.
Okay.
Why? Because it's being displaced upwards to where it will be supported right underneath, because it's being displaced. Just like air is displaced, if you dig up clay, right, and you dig a hole and throw the clay back in, eventually it'll come back down because all that air will leave. It'll be displaced. So it's a displacement effect. So what is creating the displacement effect?
No, I agree. It's a displacement effect, and
that's what we're talking about.
It would be pressure mediation, right? Like the pressure mediated from the object in its medium causes it to go up or down. There's a pressure that is generated, right?
Yes,
right.
But it's support. I mean, I can float on water, but I can't float on air. Now they can put a fan underneath me. I'm talking about in reality. I can't float on air in reality.
Yeah, in nature. Yes.
What I mean about in nature, I can float in water, but I can't float on air, right? Because the water has enough density and density support underneath me to allow me to float, but I can't do that in air.
Is that structural support? I'm just messing.
I didn't say that.
I'm just messing.
Okay.
So the difference is the support.
I'm not sure.
You know, I obviously
I should have never said anything. Just let it go. I was just messing with it.
Don't disagree with density. I know what density is. I agree with the relationship. And what I don't know about your position, to be honest, is what people typically call it is buoyancy, as the interaction between density of the object and the medium. And I'm guessing you don't believe in buoyancy.
He doesn't believe in buoyancy. What the hell? What? Huh?
No, I have no problem with buoyancy whatsoever. Buoyancy is Archimedes' principle. And buoyancy is from, I think it's 900 to 1,000 years prior to anyone.
Isn't it 1900 years before gravity fairy tale?
1900.
Yep.
1900, yeah. I was wrong.
Oh, that's, yeah, but you had the concept right.
Even suggesting that there was a force of gravity. So people people within flat Earth have a problem with buoyancy because they're trained to straight away say, oh, it invokes a force of gravity. No, they hijacked buoyancy because buoyancy was the thing that went against their force of gravity. So they needed.
No, I agree. Yeah, Archimedes' principle came.
Buoyancy whatsoever. Buoyancy is buoyancy. It's just it's a principle. It's mathematical, but it's also a description of basically of. That's why we have ships. I mean, Archimedes is like, you know.
We agree. Like Archimedes.
What are you biting your fingers for?
Pause a second. Pause.
Yep.
Just a second. Me pointing out there that what destroyed the force of gravity was buoyancy, so they had to hijack that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that's the very thing that he needs to do. He needs to hijack relative density. He's trying to do it through electrostatics at the time to promote his downward bias dielectric acceleration. He's going, yeah, I know, but that's exactly what he's doing at that point.
Yeah. Yep, he's a moron.
Archimedes' principle came way before the equation that put little g in it. Of course, little g is just the effect. It's not even
little g effect of what? Give me the little g of helium. Idiot.
In their paradigm of gravity, that's not even a force.
No, not their paradigm of gravity. Okay, the anti-flat earthers' paradigm of gravity, but no, Newtonian mechanics was destroyed 110 years ago. Is it more now? No, it's exactly 110 years. Right? 1915? Yeah, whatever.
That's just the effect. That's just like an agreed upon average of how...
An agreed upon average? What?
How fast things go down.
What about helium?
When they go down, right? But either way, my point, this is my question. Like buoyancy is like the result of the density relationship, right? So the question...
The density relationship between two densities, the density of the object and the medium.
Is what is the physical mechanism that exchanges that interaction?
What do you mean exchanges interaction? What the hell does that mean? What?
Between the object and the medium. There has to be some type of physical mechanism that...
Well, they're both physically... The thing is physically in the air or water or whatever. What?
That generates this buoyancy, this effect. So, like, what's the
The density, denser objects will rise.
Physical mechanism that causes the object to interact with the medium.
But this is where we...
That causes the object to interact with the medium? How about the object being in the medium?
Differ, because I have no problem with describing density as being due to electrostatics, right? If that's the way they want to describe it, that's fine, right? Because you have to remember, it is a descriptive model. The molecular model is a descriptive model, excuse me. But I do have a problem when if you want to try and say that it's the electrostatics that is the reason for the up and down. But the up and down is based on density differentials, not what...
There you go. You got it. Good job, Brian.
It's creating the density. It's the differentials in the density between the medium and the object or substance.
But the cause of the density differentials is going to be directly tied to electrostatics. Like, how can you have density?
That's not going to help you.
Differentials.
Yeah, that's
if
a
you don't...
non-sequitur, isn't it?
No, yeah, it's a nothing burger. Don't look at chat. You got enough problems here, sunshine.
Have the cause of density, right?
Yeah,
so you can't even invoke density.
The cause of density. Someone's just rubbing me the wrong way with that. I'm going to have to think about that.
Differentials until you invoke electrostatics.
Sorry,
this is just kind
Good.
The cause of density is the existence of matter, if you want to get down to it, isn't it?
Yeah,
matter exists, so density exists. If you want to get further, it's just God.
I see where he's trying to go. It's clumsy though. There's something wrong with it. I could feel it.
Kind of a side note, right? Like you can't, and the answer is electrostatics. That's the physical mechanism.
The electrostatics, the physical mechanism. What do you mean? Chemical bonds are a mechanism for what? That's non sequitur.
Because there has to be some mechanism that causes that object to interact with the air.
The chemical bonds are not causing any object to interact with anything else. That's stupid. Told you, that's moronic. That's what's wrong with it.
To go up or down, and that interaction is electrostatic because there's something called electrostatic induction and transfer.
Oh, really? There is. Why don't you demonstrate it then?
Currents, where there's
currents move. Do you understand what the definition of static means, you glue-sniffing moron? What a clown.
Energy exchanged between the object and the medium, and that causes pressure mediation to go.
Look, you're fucking shaking your arms. I'm shocked that one didn't fall off yet. This is stupid. You know what this is like? This is like Mr. Magoo giving the keynote address at a metabolic pathway convention. That's what this exactly is right here. You're a clown, sir. You're busted. And everyone watching is going to know it.
Go up or down. So even on that note, density is like requiring electrostatics. You can't say density is
requiring electrostatics. That's strange to me.
The cause of something when it's not. Like electrostatics is the cause of density.
Is the cause. I mean,
right.
The description, how they describe the creation of density, best let's just say, right? We'll describe it as that way, is through electrostatics. But it doesn't matter what electrostatics created the density of this, right, and the density of the medium that's around it. The point is, the reason that is not staying up when I leave it go, the reason it falls, is not because of electrostatics.
Right, it's the differential between the density. Yeah, he's got the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable again. This is almost childlike.
Even though that creates that's described as being the creation of the density, the point is that there's no support underneath it. There's not adequate support underneath it. So it doesn't matter what they want to describe density, how they describe density as being created. The effects of density differential is based on support. It can't stay up there because there isn't enough density underneath it to stop it from going down.
Which means there's not enough.
But what caused the density? Okay, he's going to do it. I'll guarantee it.
Enough electrostatic bonds.
There's not enough electrostatic bonds there.
Holy shit, man.
He's back.
He'd go away for all that time, and now that's timing. That's not enough electrostatic bonds. That man.
Yeah, do you like that one? Welcome back.
What did I miss then?
Oh, yeah, what have you missed? Get stuffed.
There isn't enough in the air. There isn't enough support underneath the phone.
Yeah, I mean, which is matter held together by electrostatic.
Yeah, matter's held together by...
What sort of support would it... That'd be structural support.
Hey, I already did that. You missed that. Just leave him alone.
Apologies. I'm late to the party. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Molecular model to describe it, right? But you have to remember that is still just like the photon.
You can't talk about there is no molecular model, by the way, and he's going to have a problem with that anyway because he doesn't believe in molecules. He can't because he doesn't believe in atoms or electrons. This is a Joseph Stalin issue.
Photon a description.
Whether we have the model or not, we can scientifically prove that all matter is held together by electrostatics. With or without the model, you can do tests and experiments to prove.
But not all matter. Noble gases.
Pause. Sorry. You can scientifically prove. So you're going to turn the electrostatics off and on to demonstrate how that molecule is held together. Is that what I just heard?
More or less, yeah. I know what he's
sniffing, egotistical idiot.
Yep.
Or a pseudo-scientist.
Yep. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And all matter, not noble gases. This is where I thought, what an appropriate time for you to return. Because one day we were talking about this, and somebody said, all matter has electrostatics. And I said, noble gases don't. And then I heard a pause, right? And then I hear Adam shifting uncomfortably behind his mic, right? I knew it would get him. And I said, okay, Adam, do you got anything to say about that? Here's my case against Adam. And I don't think I'm against Adam. I think he understands it. You see, electrostatics deals with intra and intermolecular forces. Noble gases are kind of not molecules. That's why I say that. Now, if you take noble gases and adjust the pressure or temperature and you get them really close to each other, indubitably you're going to get some electrostatic interaction. However, at standard temperature and pressure, there is no electrostatics with noble gases. Period.
All right, smart ass.
Would you call me a smart ass?
If I induce non-natural conditions, I can invoke a level of electrostatic dipolar behavior within a noble gas. Yeah. The point is, the fact that they have, it's not that they have no electrostatic, it's neutral. By definition, of how we would, in a model, try to fill our brain in with our lack of understanding, that description isn't a contradiction, the noble gas. It's the confirmation that your lack of understanding is correct.
It's his lack of understanding, not mine. I have a good handle on it.
Everybody, in terms of a molecular model.
He can't believe in a molecular model.
That's what I'm saying. Your lack of understanding with regards to the molecular model has been confirmed.
Adam, just think about it, right? Because they're monoatomic. All the noble gases are. So they're not molecules. You can't have intermolecular and intramolecular forces that are not in molecules. They're not molecules. Got it?
Oh, that point.
Is that a good case?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, point conceded. I didn't. Right.
I'm not saying that you were on the contra position of that. I'm just saying I heard you shifting uncomfortably one day when I said that.
I tell you, let's not get into hydrogen fusion reaction.
Yeah, we're not going to get into that at all. Thanks.
But what are they showing in these? If there's tests, what are they showing?
That on the microscopic scale, when you look at matter as small as you can, right, there are little isolated areas within the matter that people call molecules. It is a model, but
no, it's not a model. You're a moron.
And that it's actually held together with electrostatic.
It's held together. We can see them. You can see chemical bonds. Let's show.
Hang on.
See it.
Hang on.
If he says he can see them, if he can see them, that means he can see the two atoms or three atoms or whatever that they're connecting to make the molecule.
Yes. Yep.
Pause. What's held together? Atoms or molecules with electrostatics, or both?
Both.
Both.
What? Oh, wait a second. Not monoatomic. Let's continue.
And we can manipulate it.
Huh?
See? That's like you don't understand what you're talking about, isn't it? Carry on.
No, I understand what I'm talking about, but you could shift around here a little bit.
Not you. A position to take it's both. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, okay, I'll go with both. I'm at least guaranteed to be 50% right by guessing with both.
Yep, you are. Nicely done.
And we can manipulate it with electrostatics. We can actually...
You can manipulate electrostatics with electrostatics? Well, how much glue are you sniffing? True or false?
Did he just say that for real?
He did. Yeah, want a J? We're going to get a J for that one. It was implicit.
Please.
It was implicit to what he said. Here we go.
People call molecules. It is a model, but and that it's actually held together with electrostatic. We can see it, and we can manipulate it, and we can manipulate it with electrostatics. We can
So he can manipulate electrostatics with electrostatics. You can manipulate chemical bonds with chemical bonds, is what he just said. It's moronic. He's a doofus. Pretender clown fraud.
Can actually make them come apart.
Oh, really? How so?
With electrostatics, and we can make.
So you can make chemical bonds come apart with chemical bonds. Really? That's one of the.
What he just claimed is atoms.
Yeah,
he just claims to be able to see what's the word I'm looking for? To isolate atoms.
Yeah, more or less, but it's even dumber than that. Adam's not piping up. He must have passed out.
I'm so frustrated. Yeah. The thing is, how do you address it? Which part of GCSE physics do you start with to address this level of just ill-informed retardia? Respectfully, yeah? There isn't a point to try and help somebody who's this dumb along the route of further understanding, because they've just demonstrated they've got absolutely no understanding.
Yep.
Based on the statement they've just made.
Yep. It's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. Shitsit boy, if you would say this to like an 8th grade intro to chemistry graduate, they'd be belly laughing in the corner if you'd have just made that statement. That's how low level puke worthy this is. You're a pretender clown, sir. We all knew that, though.
It's the one where I say to the newbies, isn't it? If a newbie, like a newbie pharmacist like me, comes in, oh, I like the idea of this flat Earth stuff. Let me have a look. What's the pinnacle of flat Earth? Here he is, Witzer. He's the big daddy, yeah. And he describes chemistry to me like this, and I laugh at him, yeah. And I'm not. This isn't having a go at Witzer. It's just so retarded and not retarded, just such an open demonstration that you have no idea what you're talking about within the model he wishes to invoke. Yeah,
but that's a good point.
Yeah. Go on, Neil, go after.
No, I'm saying that's a good point, Adam, because that's the damage that this guy is doing.
Yeah, it is a good point, because what Adam is stating basically is that if he turned up as a young maybe not Adam, but someone who's a young pharmacist who hears this, they're going to go, these people don't know what they're talking about, and they're not going to listen. That person who is becoming educated in pharmacy, which will involve, something tangible, not like astrophysics. That person is going to be turned away from the subject because he's listening to Witsit talk out his backside.
Yep.
And we don't even know if that happened or how many times it happened.
Yep. Hopefully on Candace Owens they'll have a chemist on there or a pharmacist.
I'm open.
Oh my God. It would be a train wreck of an epic disaster of a dumpster fire for him. Too funny.
Of them come together.
One can wish.
What are you manipulating for a start?
What's up?
When you say we can manipulate, what are you manipulating? What are you using to manipulate?
Electrostatic charge. They use many different things.
And now we got electrostatic charge.
There you go.
I can't even get it out.
See, and that's the point. You see what just happened? Electrostatic charge.
Yep.
Electrostatics.
No, I think he's talking about static electricity. He's an abject moron.
He is. That's the point he's making, isn't he? That's where he's saying he's catching him out as a bullshitter. When you've just gone through all the different forces and intramolecular forces that could be ascribed to this incoherent force that he's going to misappropriate with static electricity now. That's what Adam's calling out, right, Adam?
Yep.
Isn't that called a bait and switch?
Yeah, no, it's called he's a moron.
This is important to address this for. No, if it was a bait and switch, you'd smell it as such.
Yeah.
What it is, Fratsy, is somebody who conflates the two definitions and doesn't understand the differential. So he's happy to just carry on using the same verbiage that he doesn't understand. And this is what I say to anyone of at least A level, only A level education. What's coming out of this guy's mouth is enough. Somebody that's got an interest in flat Earth, listen to this guy and go, "Oh yeah, they are all retards."
Yep. You got it. That's it.
Things like sometimes they can just use a little wand that's
charge.
They can use a little wand that's already charged up.
They can use a little wand of chemical bonds.
Oh, there you go. You see what I mean?
A magic wand.
Yeah, I can use. He thinks he's being clever. Yeah, what he's doing is exactly what he genuinely intends. Now the apologetics go, "Oh, he's just being clever. He's just being a bit funny." No, he's making sure that anybody of any intellect will happily dismiss this idiot.
Super pretender clown.
I know you've got a little wand, yeah?
Super pretender clown.
You're white.
This is funny. Sasha sent H2O plus H2SO3 equals 220 volt.
I got you. And Sasha's wife is a biochemist. Shout out to her. Yeah, this is a belly laugher.
Up and then just touch it. They can use a Van de Graaff generator to charge the wand. They can use many.
They use a particle accelerator to charge the wand, huh?
Right. So this is the point of retardancy. So previously we've been talking about this electron balance and how a charge is distributed within a molecule or within an atom. Now, without apologetics, we're talking about a charge you can build up on the outside of a surface of multiple atoms, molecules. Yeah, this is where you see why anybody of any intelligence above A level looks at this guy and goes, "Wanker, deceiver," because what he's saying is it's abhorrent to anybody of a post high school education.
Yep. Even retards are belly laughing. Because this is really stupid.
Anything.
Adam, just to fill you in when you were away, sorry.
Go ahead.
Just to fill Adam in. Well, I did try to talk now before you press play now. In fairness.
Quickly, please.
Just to fill. You were making it slower.
And then tell you what.
Just to fill Adam in. Before this debate came up, I was under the impression that electrostatics were chemical bonds, and I was right. But I was given the impression from him and others like him that electrostatics was static electricity. So that's why when he starts bringing up the Van de Graaff generator, I'm not pointing out that has nothing to do with electrostatics. Because I was like, oh no, maybe I'm wrong, because I didn't realise that I actually knew more about it than him. I thought he might actually know more than me. So, bit of a Laurel and Hardy moment.
Yeah.
What you're doing there, you're creating a charge and you're breaking up bonds via a charge. Yes, is that correct?
Yeah, what you could also do is like take a clip from the Van de Graaff generator and clip it on to whatever like petri dish you're looking at.
You're clipping it onto a petri dish.
What the living shit? What? What Frankenstein creature are we going to stick a Van de Graaff generator onto a petri dish? You're gonna make that purple blob, aren't you? The movie. What is it? What is going on? Do you see what I mean? By anybody of any intellect.
Yeah.
You just laugh.
Did my boy over here, Mr. I don't believe in particles, invoke his particle accelerator?
Yes, he did. Yep, his Van de Graaff generator. If no one heard Chocolate, he's a little bit muffled. He said, Ping Pong Golf Ball claims that he doesn't believe in particles, but yet he appeals to Van de Graaff generators. Guess what a Van de Graaff generator is? A particle accelerator.
Oh, dear.
He's pulled another Joseph Stalin on us with his soybean futures. You're an ass, Clown Whitson. Thanks. Keep going, please.
And you can actually turn the wheel and it'll introduce it to that medium, the solution it's in, and then the molecules start to break apart. So
you understand
whenever we do it the other way.
Oh, what? Say what?
There's an introduction taking place.
So apparently, it doesn't just make your hair stand on end, Van de Graaff generator. Yeah, breaks molecules apart.
Wait, they'll start.
No. This is the disconnect, isn't it? Between
you think
not just between reality and Witsit. What his claim is? What is he claim? What are you on about with regards to electrostatics? Okay, what are you saying? It's the foundational thing, yeah, that is how intermolecular bodies form, or are you talking about sticking electrons on surfaces, which is what a Van de Graaff does? Yeah, building up a charge on the surface. We're not messing about with any molecular structure. We're not breaking molecules apart. We're building a charge. What's going off?
Adam, what? Adam,
is it
what
the Southern Comfort that's wrecked my head?
No.
Adam,
you need to get more drunk. Shut the heck, Brian! What the hell?
I'm trying to say something to Adam.
What are you trying to say to Adam?
Is this that time where you tell us, quick, come on, you have to be there Saturday, and then when we turn up, we're told to shut the F up. Is that what we're at?
Shut up,
okay.
Adam. Shut up, Adam. Jeez.
Don't act surprised like you didn't know what you were getting yourself into now.
Shut up, Flatsy.
Listen, you.
And I told you, Adam, that SoCo would make you angry, didn't I?
I'm not angry. Soko's made me confused. I don't know what this guy's on about. Is he flicks between
that's Witsit making you confused, not the SoCo.
It's not me. I mean, admittedly, it's a little bit of parody as this gentleman flicks between two words that sound a bit similar, yeah, but conflates the two as if they are the same thing. It's moronic.
Yep.
It's embarrassing, Witsit. Stop it.
What they do is they start to come together more compactly. So that shows us what's holding them together as electrostatic.
And that shows us.
You increase those electrostatics, they're getting more compactedness. A much higher level of compactability if you increase the electrostaticness.
Electrostaticness? That's priceless.
But you can also do that with heat. You can break the bonds with heat.
Okay.
Like
heat is not what
holds steam with heat. So that's breaking of hydrogen bonds.
See,
can you introduce?
This is the trouble, Brian. I've got to see, and this is not an indictment of Brian. Brian doesn't know what a wanker.
Yep.
He's just doing bullshit in front of him right now. So he's, as a genuine human being, he's trying to engage with his non. No, you shithouse Witsit. You're trying to bamboozle people and lie and confuse them. I mean, this is why we call you a liar. The alternative is you're not a liar. You're just an absolute fuckwit who knows nothing.
That one. They're not both mutually exclusive, by the way.
They're not exclusive, but in this point, I'd give him the option to choose which camp he sits in. Do you get me? Because just for clarity in my own mind as to what type of deceiver you are, yeah? Not for anything else, but this is why it's really frustrating here. Brian, respect to him, doesn't know this guy's pissing in his face. Yeah, I don't know if Witsit knows he's pissing in his face. He might think the shit that's coming out his mouth is some kind of validly true.
He does.
Yeah.
Yes.
He doesn't. He doesn't.
Yeah, no, he does. He's a dumbass. He's just making shit up.
No, that's what I'm saying. He doesn't know that he's pissing in my face. None of us know he's doing it because he thinks he's right. He thinks what he's saying is correct. I think he might be correct.
That's beyond clinical level Dunning-Kruger. That's well far. It's in another frigging galaxy above it.
Use heat and make them all come together real compactly.
You can definitely.
What? I'm not going back.
Cause and effect with heat.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like, the point I'm making is this: like, I can't argue with the how they describe
focus on what
matter
Brian's saying, douchebag.
Matter, density of matter being created. Let's say, right? I'm not going to go trying to argue against that. I don't know how correct it is. That is the within general physics. Electrostatics is how they describe that. But my point would be is the reason that my phone goes down or up is to deal with the differential in density.
Yeah.
Right. So that is not connected to the reason for density that they claim. Do you understand? I don't see
how not. How do you have to have a density differential? You have to have two different amounts of density.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, the only way you have two different amounts of density is the difference in the electrostatic bonds holding a.
Yeah, it's Mach's Nix. You have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable, dude. That's simple as that.
Listen to that.
Yep.
Any way you've got a different differential in density is a differential in electrostatics. So not static electricity that you get from your Van de Graaff generator that you've just invoked.
Yeah, We're
now back to You see what? This is like I say, anybody of any basic level of education within chemistry knows that this guy's talking out his arse. He doesn't know which phrase to even use. Yeah, and what he's now invoking is nonsensical as a rebuttal to Brian, and yet he's putting it as a point of flabbergastedness to Brian that he just concedes. Because why? Because Brian, because he's honest, will not go past that point because he knows, oh, hello, somebody's saying that's bollocks, mate, yeah? But Witzit's saying it from a point of ignorance.
Yep.
But Brian's responding from a point of honesty.
Yep.
Oh, hold up, there might be a person there that does know more than me, and he's laughing at what I'm suggesting.
Did you say...
I'm laughing at what Witzit's postulating, and anybody of any intellect with any level of education in chemistry is laughing at what Witzit's saying. You're a disgrace, man. You're a deceiver.
Did you say flabbergassery?
Flabbergassery, yeah.
A certain amount of matter together in a certain volume. So to even get the density differential, you need a difference in the electrostatic bonds giving you the compactness of matter.
You need a difference in the electrostatic bonds.
Dear Witzit, please write me an essay on what is the differential in electrostatic bonds that you described that would invoke a differential in density. You shithouse. Yeah, love and thanks, the Adam Meakin. Wanker.
You ain't going to get that one. Don't hold your breath.
No, I'm not, but listen to it. Listen to it, people. Listen to the liar, the cheat, the ill-informed, the uneducated waffle and try and intimidate somebody that's honest enough to know and respond by saying, I don't know that. But what he's got against him is somebody that's going to pretend he knows shit and demonstrate to anybody that is educated he doesn't know all.
Thanks, Adam. That's the fourth time. I think we're getting the hint here.
It's every time he speaks. It's not my fault.
I understand that.
Primary cause of density and density differential is electrostatic bonds.
Yeah, but the cause of the effects due to density differential is not. It is density, but the problem is that my phone is going to go down.
Here we go
because there isn't enough support underneath it within air. That's why it's going to go down. Like the creation of density, how they describe density being created, right? How they describe density being created is fine. Like if I have no issues with that.
You see the problem here, Brian. You see the problem, Brian? I'll tell you the problem, Brian. It's trying to describe the behavior of gas in terms of the term density. This is the trouble. This is why we have to be arseholes with each other so that we don't get to this point. If I don't attempt to describe gas in terms of density, I'm not going to be mugged off. Second I do, whether it be for my lack of understanding or for the benefit of people I think don't understand, I'm screwed.
Hey, Nathan, are you still here?
Yes.
I got 15% drop frames. Let's go to, hold on a second. Not that one, that's for sure. Let's go to that. out in the live stream, out in YouTube land, are you getting? Was this breaking up for you guys, or is this good?
You did just break
That's
up.
fine. Shut up, Flatsy.
Several people after the fact said that YouTube's been tricky and twitchy for them. So I don't actually think it may not be your internet or your computer. It may just be YouTube. In the same way, mine was twitchy on Friday or Thursday. Now it's fine. Maybe just turn your router on and off once you finish the stream.
You don't.
For now, hopefully people will tell you.
You don't besmirch my router.
Can we not move on and just blame the Jews?
Blame the Jews?
What?
Orange juice or apple juice?
Yeah, that's what I said. Blame the Jews. On that, shout out to Nora. No one's flower. Good to see you in chat. Thanks for getting me beat up in Rome. It was Nora's translation. No word really, but she did translate that got me beat up. Good to see you, girl. Hope you're doing well.
You got beat up?
Got molested. My groin still hurts sometimes when I think about it.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so chat did say that the stream went down briefly, but it seems good now.
Well, we're going to continue on. Son of a bitch.
I don't know if I'd agree or disagree with everything they'd say, but I'll accept it for the moment. But that's not the cause of the effects.
It is. It is. The density is actually incomplete, Brian. You have to check this out, bro.
Let's take the egg experiment, right?
Okay.
It seems so simple, but when you add density, when you add salt water, like salted water to fresh water, the egg rises. So what is the difference there? You're creating
The density of the medium.
Yeah, you're creating a more dense medium, so there's more support underneath the egg.
But density of the medium equals electrostatic bonds.
Wanker, wrong, false, wanker, liar, ill-informed idiot. Particularly when you're talking about solutes, where we ionize the individual molecule. So, or molecule that becomes ionized within the water, there are none of these bonds. You said, what is going off?
It's so funny though, because it's equivalent to the Globers saying that flat Earth is debunked by using the AE projection of a globe. So they're essentially debunking the globe. It's the same thing with Whitson.
It's on another level though, Flatsy, is what Adam's trying to say. I stopped at Adam, not because I wanted to, because I knew you were going to stop me.
Because that's what holds it together, bro. It's like,
shut up, let him go.
If there's something
what?
Let's carry on.
More dense, that means it's held together more tightly, more compactly.
Okay, I
With
have no
stronger
issue.
bonds.
I have no issue.
I knew that was going to stop him too.
Pause. Wrong. I don't know what. Can you expound on that with? I'd love to hear your pseudo-intellectual bullshit explain your claim, because none of it's nonsensical what he's saying.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's absolutely nonsensical with anybody that understands a molecular model. However you want to describe it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just every time anybody at A level hears this guy speak, they laugh. His lack of education and understanding.
We got it, Adam. You said that about 20 times. We got it.
I'm gonna keep doubling down on this shit. So all of you guys, like Brian, give apologetics and feel intimidated when he speaks this crap. No, it's crap.
I never said intimidated.
I'm not. It's not an attack.
Excuse me now. I have to stop you there.
No.
I just didn't want to march out there as if I knew everything when I wasn't sure if I did.
Perfect. Thank you. So that's my point. It's not an attack on you and your knowledge or lack thereof. It's an indictment of him. He knows the majority of people aren't educated to A-level chemistry. That's not my point. My point isn't, Brian, you fucking retard. You should get yourself educated to A-level chemistry, and the rest of you so-called
yeah, no swearing.
Get yourself. I'm nearly done.
No swearing.
Ask Flatsy. Right. So my point being isn't to say that everybody should be educated to the level. It's the point that anybody that is educated to the level is so frustrated. And like I said, from a neutral point of view, turns off and goes, you flat earthers know nothing. That's why this is frustrating. This is flat earther to flat earther. And for 10 years, the majority of us spent time educating each other, bringing each other up, raising our standards. Yet what we've got here is one man pissing in your face, Brian. Yeah, knowing you haven't got the standards of chemistry and abusing that knowledge. That's what we've got.
Yep.
With a position of power. That's why I'm a little aghast.
Well, let me just make the point, right? Someone who's A-level in chemistry, right, in the UK, who hears this goes, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. So when that same person hears some flat earther saying that a force of gravity doesn't exist, and they don't look into that, they only know about the chemistry side of things, they're going to go, that person doesn't know anything, when they're actually speaking truth.
Yep. That's what you run into.
That's the problem with that.
Yep. You got it.
Truth. And that's the way it truly is. I have no issue.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, this reminds me of a story. My sister once met a rabbi.
I'm going to punk you. Shut up.
Okay, let's take it a step further. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, let's take it a step further. I want to hear the step further.
If you're going to, I'm not claiming you're claiming this, right? Right? I'm not going to strawman you. I'm going to say you as in whoever, right? As QE says, the royal you. If you're going to state then that there is a relationship between charge of some kind and the up and down direction that my phone takes.
Mm-hmm.
If someone's claiming that, that's when I have an issue. It's like, no, that is a step too far. Unless you can actually show this. Because to do that, you'd have to have a naturally observed phenomenon. So that when you're getting into the realms of calling something science, then you have to have the naturally observed phenomenon.
All right, that's cool. I agree. So we can move on. Let's move on to that point. I'm just pointing out that even his experiment that brings up density or anything, you're actually invoking electrostatics as the primary cause, ironically, but that's not even all there is to it. We have naturally occurring phenomena.
What?
For one, when you step outside during a lightning storm, your hair sticks up.
What
I've never experienced
that. Man.
What did he just say?
He said that when Flaxy walks outside the door, her hair goes straight up in the air when there's a lightning storm.
Look, right, Neil, right. Don't mock him. Don't mock him. Don't you follow along, Neil? Obviously, incoherent downward accelerated bias because lightning storm, your hair stands up.
You see the problem, QE, now? You get it? You see the fucking problem we've got, me and you?
Swearing.
No, it warrants an F. It warrants a double F, this Oakley.
Oh, man, the hair.
Nobody gets it. And this is the point. Nobody gets it. It's just been invoking intermolecular bond and density, and now you happy to conflate your hair standing up with an electrostatic charge. All of you bunch of retards. Learn your shit.
But Adam, as the hair goes up, it's showing a downward bias, buddy.
Exactly.
More dense, obviously.
Unbelievable.
The higher density of electrons on the top of the surface, the more dense the actual medium underneath it is. A new form of physics. Thank you, everybody. Look at how you're getting pissed on. You understand it. He's pissing all over people's ignorance, and he abuses it. Now, my indictment isn't for you to not know why I'm so irate. My indictment is this guy's exploiting it.
Let him exploit it some more. I want some more.
Right.
Look at he's confident. I love it. Plant your flag there.
There's a charge in the air that's not normally there. Yeah.
Okay, because normally the amount of charge in the air.
As you say, there's a concentrated amount of charge.
Stop. I'm sorry. You bought it. Charge in the air. What charge? What? What we were talking about?
Talking about during an electric storm.
I don't know what we're talking
There
about.
is.
Static electricity.
That's you busy being angry.
What you mean? There's electric bonds floating around in the air?
Yeah. Yeah. The more electric bonds you gather, the higher your hair stands up.
Therefore, downward bias.
Yes.
So, but do you agree that even before the lightning storm, there is charge in the air?
Well, there's electric charge at all times. Your brain gives off an electric charge. The brain.
The air itself has an electric charge. We just covered how you can't even have density without electrostatic bonds.
Wait, hold on.
Mind rape. That. Give me a J and listen.
No. No, Jays. Nope.
He's just conflated the two.
I know he did. But there'll be more. Don't worry.
But I'm
just want to
confused about something. Didn't he just talk about if you go outside, your hair during a lightning storm was the caveat. Your hair will go up. Then he said, but even if there's no lightning outside, the air still has a charge. So why do you need a lightning storm outside for your hair to go up when you go outside? So you just go up every time you go outside?
And Boy from the chat said, "Can you give us a J as well?"
We didn't hear you, Nathan. You chopped.
Give us a J. Just reacting to Bong Boy and Doobie from the chat.
Bong Boy and Doobie aren't in the chat.
Yeah, they said give us a J.
You ain't getting a J. There'll be plenty more for that. Don't worry about the J's.
Just summarize. This is why a kilogram of feathers weighs more than a kilogram of steel, because the differential is static.
So air has a certain density.
There's electric charge. As far as I know, there's always an electric charge present.
Right. Right. There's always electrostatics in the air.
There's always electrostatics in the air.
Yep, there's chemical bonds floating around in the air all the time. Yep, you got it. You're right on it.
Famous song.
What you'll notice is that every time he brings up a topic to come in with something fantastical, I give a very well-known practical or something that may not be well-known, but I speak about something that is known and is and can be shown and proven.
Don't defend yourself. We're not frying your ass here.
I will. I'm doing PR for Brian.
Brian, right. So there's no indictment for somebody that's honest and says, yeah, I don't know what you're on about, frankly. What the indictment for is somebody that claims to teach somebody that has been honest enough to say, I don't know what you're on about, them to then demonstrate to somebody that does know what they're on about that they don't know what they're on about, but they'd like to piss in the person's who's admitted they don't know what they're on about's face and continue to pretend that they don't know what they do know what they're on about, even though to anybody of any remote educational level, they're demonstrating they don't know what they're on about. That's what's galling. Your input is frankly a moot point here.
I'm going to start paying attention more closely what Brian says as of this point, because he's defending himself. Shut up. I'm going to focus more. I'm focusing more on Brian from here on out.
What, defend what? How can you defend against some idiot that spouts nonsense? Right?
Non-stop nonsense.
Brian, you can't critique Brian's response to this idiot saying that electrostatic makes shit more dense.
Yes, he can.
No, you can't, right? Whatever your response to the statement that electrostatic charge makes shit more dense, right?
It's in the air.
Other than you laughing, right? That's all. There isn't, and I'll nod at that point, but anything past that, you trying to deal with it other than a laugh is an indictment that you don't know what you're on about, which you've already disclaimed. But at this point, like I say, all that's been shown is this guy, Whitsitt, show that he has no idea what he's actually talking about. Thanks. To anybody that does.
Yeah, we know. A-level. We know. The A-level physics. We know.
Hang on. What I disclaimed was that I knew more than I realized I knew, and I knew more than him.
Yeah,
But I
we
thought
got
he
it.
knew more than me.
We got it the first time, but we're going to be focusing more on you as we
because
go.
that's what gives it
Adam keeps
density.
telling-
Right.
Right.
Well, the air's density is based off of the bonds, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
The bonds.
This goes back to when I was talking about like, well, it has a downward bias, but it goes up, right? Let's check. Sorry, I thought you were
Pause. See how you screwed yourself instantly. As your mate, remember before this even became an argument with Witset, don't describe air like, just don't do it.
You didn't. We have more to hear, Adam. Relax.
I know.
I'm not saying air. I never said air. I never said that air was all connected. I never said that.
So density is not applicable then to it. I agree with it. That's my point. And this is my point. It's not an indictment of you.
If you want to have that out with me, we'll have it out during the week.
No, listen.
Listen, Adam. Hello, Adam. I'm pretty sure we have had this out with Brian, so I think we're all good.
Right, brilliant. Thank you, Captain Nathan. Right, right. That is my whole point. This isn't an indictment of Brian. It's a point of saying when back in the day.
Oh, come on, Adam.
Oh my God.
Yeah, look, Adam, I already accepted that the way I was describing the whole thing was incorrect. I've accepted that.
I'm not calling you a quack.
I never said that air was all like.
You already said this.
The molecule. I never said they were all connected.
We know.
Okay, right, let's just get this back on track. Right.
Tell us again.
I don't know why I have to defend it when I've already admitted to being incorrect. My description being incorrect.
You don't have to chastise yourself. We know. We've done this ages and ages ago. It's because it's an old video. But electrostatics are in the air everywhere I look around. So let's find out if
Let's talk about this, right? So like the phone went down. We talked about that. We can make it go up. It has a downward bias. So gas goes in all directions, right? But it's because that like buoyant relationship, right? Like just the gas itself, like the kinetic energy that comes.
Oh, that's a big word. I'll bet you don't know what that means.
From gas, like that is.
It comes from gas?
Way stronger than like electrostatics.
What?
When you listen to it now, it sounds so ridiculous, doesn't it?
Let him go. He's so fucking stupid.
Right. Certainly when it comes to the downward aspect of electrostatics. So what I'm saying is our hair goes up.
See how you get in mind right there?
Being foolish.
When it comes to the downward aspect, now the reason you've not established one, you've not claimed one previously, yet you want me to move forward with that acceptance that there's a downward aspect of electrostatic.
Oh, you missed it. We went over it. He reified downward bias over, I think, about 40 times. I stopped at 39, but I'm sure he did it again.
I'm pretty sure electrostatics are everywhere. The whisperer of the tree.
No, there is everywhere.
You apologetics. All right, downward bias, and what's that relating to? What's that got to do with electrostatics? Why would electrostatics have anything to do with a downward bias?
Because
electrostatics are in the air.
Because his hair's standing up.
Yeah, in the rising of the sun, when the day is nearly done.
Hello. I'm sorry.
No, you non-Etherean or Church of Ethereanism idiots. There's a reason we invoke this. It's because of the electro potential between the Earth and altitude at 200 volts per meter, or millivolts per meter. It's something I must believe in. That's why we invoke an electrostatic, nonsensical as it is, downward bias. Remember when you just appreciate where you're being mugged off with your lack of understanding. Really important that at each of those points where you didn't understand what I was saying, that's the point of conflation that makes you accept that there is.
Thanks, Adam. We're going.
And the lightning storm ends, my hair goes down. Now, when my hair is down, there's still electrostatics in the air.
Are you freaking kidding me? Is he really?
It just
wearing a
changed
corral?
with the lightning. What that shows is naturally occurring phenomena that causes something to go up because of charge in
electrostatics
in the air, and it goes back down with charge in the air. We have something else called non-contact pollen detachment from bumblebees or any.
I love it.
Now.
Stop.
And I don't know if I'm just dreaming.
I wish I was a baby bumblebee.
I'm sorry. I can't wait for the next electrical storm. I want to go outside and see if my hair stands up.
What about the electrical storm that hits the bumblebee?
Stop the bees. Don't get to the bees. I want a J. I want the first claim. I want to deal with that. Then I'm going to get to the bumblebees, Uncle Bob. Yeah? One of Bob Nodell's favourite things that proved the downward bias was bumblebees. And the fact that
because of charge in the air.
I've given you a J. Shut the hell up.
And it goes back down with charge in the air. We have something else called non-contact pollen detachment.
I need two J's because that's bees. Two J's.
My hair goes down. Now, when my hair is down, there's still electrostatics in the air.
Okay. I need the cause of why his hair's going down, which is a J before.
Every sight and every sound.
That's why my hair is down.
Hair goes up, and the lightning storm ends. My hair goes down. Now,
the lightning storm ends. His hair goes down. There's your cause.
No, let's get the pink lettering out. If lightning storm, then hair goes up. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing, isn't it? Nathan, I know you've got no hair anymore. If there was a lightning storm, would that hair that you don't have go up?
Mine didn't. I've been in plenty of lightning storms. My hair stayed exactly where it
Listen
was.
to what he just said, though. That's what he just said. That's actually what he just said.
Yeah, he's a moron.
Now,
I know.
When my hair is down, there's still electrostatics in the air.
There's chemical bonds floating around in the air.
Did he just debunk himself?
Yes.
If electrostatics hair goes up, or I have electrostatics because of ether and my hair still goes down, therefore not. Why? What? Hey, now, if you weren't listening, it almost sounds like he knows what he's on about. But actually, if you listen, it shows he just debunked himself in his own 2 sentences. Just
he sounds like a baller. Sounds like a baller defending gravity. Gravity makes things go down, but things that go up, gravity also does that too.
Exactly.
Okay.
It just changed with the lightning. What that shows is naturally occurring phenomena that causes something to go up because of charge in the air, and it goes back down with charge in the air. We have something else called non-contact pollen detachment from bumblebees or any kind of bee, and they can
pause because this is deep.
Contact detachment from bumblebees. Oh, how beautiful you bullshit.
No, but this is the best hypothesis I've ever heard. If charge and stuff goes up, alternative hypothesis, and if charge then stuff goes down also. Not instead of, yeah, basically, if charge stuff goes up and down. Basically what he just claimed.
No, more charge equals up, less charge equals down.
Yeah, but there's no charge. I charge.
A little bit of charge doesn't necessarily mean down, just means less up.
That's right. What do you got to say about the bumblebees quickly?
That's copyrighted.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Let's
the original claim, sorry Adam, 1 second. The original claim from Bob and them was that the bumblebees were using, and so were beetles, using electrostatics, which they thought was static electricity, to fly. That's not true, right? Right? They don't. They use the lift effect to fly. But now it's not. From this point on, it wasn't that the bumblebees were using electrostatics, what he thought was static. What he thought was electrostatics, which is static electricity to fly. It's about the pollen, not about the flying. What happened to the flying claim?
Yeah, I think I remember something like that. That's true.
Hover over the flower, and without touching the flower, the pollen levitates up to them and then clings to their body.
Why is that?
And that's because as they fly in the air, they gain charge, but the flower's connected to the ground, so it's grounded into the charge, so it's discharging as what people would call negative charge.
Oh, he meat hooked us.
And since there's opposites, then the pollen goes up. It goes, even though the pollen's more dense than the air, it goes up to the bee, right? So that's a
naturally
occurring phenomenon. We see things go up and down based on their charge.
Dude,
my dog stepped on a bee.
You stepped on a bee?
In the air on the Earth. So now we go to the Van de Graaff generator.
We do we?
This is bum sniffing. Given the opportunity to invoke static electricity and how it can cause movement of small particles with the forces in, we don't do that. We don't do that. We say it's to do with an electrical current between the flower and the ground, and a bee that's beating so hard it's making its own electrical current to do these. What is going off? Yeah,
This guy has
my dog stepped on a bee.
Adam, you know the way when you hover a drone over pebbles and all the pebbles come up to the drone? That's what he's talking about.
Oh boy.
Because that's just our man-made instrument to manipulate the variable of
what?
Electrostatics and what it.
He's now manipulating the variable of electrostatics with a Van de Graaff generator. Yeah, right, man. Dude, you're on some serious shrooms, man. This is freaking hilarious. Please continue.
Proves is things do go up and down and change weight and how fast they fall as we introduce that variable and manipulate electrostatics.
He's manipulating electrostatics with a particle accelerator.
I thought electrostatics were how molecules were held together. How does manipulating how molecules are held together change this? We started out talking about an electric charge on a surface again, which I was with. Now we're manipulating. It's not my definition of electrostatics, it's his. It's just absolutely nonsensical, Whitsitt, what you're presenting, son.
Well, because he thinks that static electricity and electrostatics are the same thing, Adam. He's a moron. He's an.
You know how you build molecular bonds? Don't you?
Yeah,
static electricity generator. like the Lego machine.
Yeah.
The molecular world.
That's how I did it.
So we've done science. We have naturally occurring phenomena. Things go up or down relative to charge, or just in general they go up and down, like with Secret Warrior.
Yeah.
You've done the science.
Yep.
Things go up and down based on that is actually very bold claim.
Yeah, it is.
I'd love to see that substantiated.
Yep.
Listen to it. We've done the science. When we talk, I was explaining to one of the girls in the shop the other day. She said, she was listening to Nathan. She said, what pseudoscience? I took a minute. That's it, mate. When some tosser tries to claim that the validity that you know through the empirical method of the scientific methodology, that you know it proves something, that somebody will make a statement and saying this is science, even though it's not gone through that method. That's pseudoscience. It's what Whitsitt's just done there.
Yep.
Yeah? Just pseudoscience the shit out of what he's just about to talk about. He's just claiming
experiment.
And he's about to show him in Riley's experiment into his little fantasy. Watch.
Yeah, let's see.
He wanted to figure out why. We have the same phenomena we're trying to.
Is not changing the polarity. This is the problem. It's not causing something to go up, it's causing a levitation. And that's the difference. I'm not disagreeing that during a lightning storm that there will be a charge in the air. Now, I can't say that my hair goes up when there's a lightning storm. Now, I know that there is the phenomena of people's hair going up. Now, I can't say I've experienced that myself. Now, I'm not trying to lie. I can't say I've experienced it, but I know that phenomenon is there, right?
God.
But you're taking it a step too far when you're trying to go to a Van de Graaff generator, which is not analogous to a changing of polarity, causing a levitation, which is possibly just due to an ionic wind, possibly being caused underneath these little pieces of foils of hair or hair foils of metal and that. Right? That could be just an ionic wind being caused.
Oh boy.
Which we know exists, we know can be created, an ionic wind. So regardless, it's a charged situation that is levitating something, not changing the polarity. You need to do, if I was in your position and I was really interested in this,
you need to be self-institutionalized if you were in his position.
Last thing I'd be looking at would be the Van de Graaff generator.
I don't have to change the polarity, bro.
But that's the thing, you have to show how you change the polarity to prove your claim.
Wait, you understand that's what we're doing in the Van de Graaff generator test, right? We take two plates.
I understand that's what we're doing.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Just pointed out that he wasn't doing that.
It's just delusional. What is it?
Yep. Can you show those two plates in nature for us, please? In your particle accelerator. I wasn't done yet. I said, please show us the two plates in nature in your particle accelerator.
And we flip the polarity by.
You flip the polarity, really, of what?
Putting the negative on the top and the positive on the bottom.
Okay.
And when we spin the wheel, it introduces the charge. And since we flipped the polarity in between those plates from what it normally is, which is the positive going down to the negative, since we flipped it, it'll either levitate or it'll go all the way up to the top plate and then stick there. So
what's sticking there? Is that the electrostatics?
It does flip the polarity and it changes the direction because we put the positive on the bottom and the negative on the top.
Oh my God.
And I've done that many times.
Oh, you've done that, huh? What?
Listen, we're doing a review, so I should be. Hang on, Adam. I should be allowed to speak. Right? It's not. I'm just saying. I have never seen this like he just made that claim there and then. That sometimes the thing goes up and sticks to the plate at the top. I've never seen that myself. Anytime I looked at the Van de Graaff generator, they showed a levitation, they didn't show that. Now, it doesn't matter if it happens, but there's not a reversal of polarity, which is what he needs to have happen. But he won't admit that the Van de Graaff generator is not causing that.
Just a quick question before we get Jedi mind trick out the shit of this. What's a reversal of polarity with regards to a Van de Graaff generator or anything else got to do with regards to a presupposed up or down?
Nothing.
Or, in this case, intramolecular bonds?
Nothing.
No, where are we? People have just, it's like talking trifle, cookies, then suddenly going on to barbecues, lovely bit of brisket.
Yep.
What is going on? This is nonsense, guys.
Yep.
Anybody that has any whole conversation, it's just not related to itself.
Now we're getting a metallic sound with you, Adam. There's something going on in your shed.
That's Nathan. Nathan's playing some kind of look at him pulsing. Look.
Hey, Nathan.
That's the electrostatics in the air.
Your mic's feeding back. Now stop it.
Problem. You can.
Or I'll have you removed.
It doesn't always go to the top. It will often just levitate. If you're changing polarity, that means you're changing the polarity. It means something that always goes down must go only up. It can never just levitate.
No, it's because you didn't flip it enough. You didn't flip the polarity enough. There's still this middle area where the top plate's not.
Polarity. I split the polarity. Does that mean it goes right? So if on my AC DC current, does it flip between up and down? Does it? Is that what happened? If I flip, you understand the false premise? We're moving forwards. Even Brian at this point, no. Because to accept that point is to invoke the simple fact that the polarity that we can measure, the voltage difference between the Earth and elevation, is somehow prerequisite to this. No? Polarity has nothing to do with up and down. It's direction of flow is the polarity we're talking about. Nothing to do with up and down.
Charged enough to fully flip the polarity. It's just a middle area. That doesn't, once you get it enough, it does go up every time. I've done it hundreds of times with many different materials. And so then the next rebuttal I get is, oh, well, how come you can only do it with really light stuff? Like, because
shout out to chocolate. Here you go.
I did iron filings. I did hair. I did paper. I did styrofoam, right? And so, but little pieces, because I just have a normal little Van de Graaff generator, you know? And then they're like, well, then why can't you do it with your phone? Why can't you do it with my egg in the experiment? It's like, dude, you would have to introduce so much electrostatics to do that. I would have.
He thinks he's inducing chemical bonds with his particle accelerator.
To kill you to even be in the same room.
He'd have to kill you. Then how is Brian still alive?
That sounds really
How is Brian still alive then? Why isn't all your books and your microphone floating in the friggin' air right now? You glue-sniffing fungus muncher, moron of epic proportions. This is a dumpster fire of stupidity I've never witnessed in my life.
Yeah, that's what I said to him the time before this when I was speaking to him about it on his own channel. I said to him, but he said the same thing to me then. He said, the amount of charge it would take to cause you to go up would kill you. And I said, well, how come I'm still alive now then, if that amount of charge is keeping me down? And he had no answer.
I know, because he has no clue what he's talking about. You're an ass clown, dude. What's it? You fucking ass clown, man. This is absolutely... My face is hurting. You know when you smile and laugh too much? It's actually hurting me. I'm going to have to take a break.
Room as enough to levitate like a brick. You would have to die.
You'd have to die.
The problem.
That's not a problem.
It is.
That's no problem.
Because if that same amount of charge is the reason why I fall down, then how come you can't introduce that same charge to have me go up? Now, that might sound stupid, but it's not.
Well, because you're more dense than the air, Brian. So
yes, but you're talking about a changing of polarity.
Right. You would have to fully change the polarity of the entire Earth, but you cannot do that.
Density can't come into it if you're talking about a change. If you're talking about the reason for me going down is because of density differential, it's because of polarity. If you change that polarity, then that density differential shouldn't matter. Because the only reason I'm going down is because of the density differential. But if there's that density, so yeah, what I'm saying to you is you have to get that point of accepting whether it's density differential or whether it's a polarity issue.
Okay. We already covered that, first of all, density and density differential, its primary causal mechanism, the physical mechanism, is the electrostatic bond.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Bonds that interacts with the object in the medium. But further than that, there's charge in the air, right? And then there's everything grounds at the Earth, because the Earth, that's where everything discharges. So when things build up, they have...
You get electrostatic chemical bond discharge into the Earth, glue sniffer.
Have like a slight tendency to start moving down towards it. Your air or your body is so much more dense than the air. To make you float, dude, I would have to kill you.
Shout out to chocolate.
What the hell is he babbling about?
Who the fuck knows?
What he's saying, and what I was trying to say a minute ago, but I didn't get it out properly. I remember being very tired before this. I had only a couple of hours sleep. Is that he's now invoking the reason things go down is because of the amount of charge. So my point was, well, it has nothing to do with density then, if that's your claim.
Yep.
Right, so how can density be the cause and charge be the cause?
Yeah, he
can
doesn't.
either one or the other.
Yeah, he doesn't know. He's clueless. Yeah, he's not getting it.
in his head, because he thinks that chemical bonds is static electricity, he's thinking because of the amount of matter in my body that does so much static electricity that I can only go down because of the buildup of static electricity because of all the chemical bonds.
God. Thanks.
Yeah. Just saying.
Like, I could make you float. I could, but you would have to die because there's no way.
A really good way to get away with a claim, isn't it? Oh, my claim is true, but the only way I can prove it is to kill you.
Way I can introduce that much to overcome the buoyant relationship of your density, which is also electrostatic. I'd have to just kill you, bro. And then, so
I have to just kill you, bro.
That's not how physics works. Physics is scalable.
Really? What do you mean by that? You don't know what physics is. It's scalable. Go on.
So it's like saying, oh, well, yeah, Sleeping Warrior made his egg sink, but until Sleeping Warrior gets the world's biggest tree and makes it float on the water, then actually it doesn't work because at bigger scales, I bet it doesn't work. That's not how
physics. That's not physics, you dumbass.
Physics works. Physics is scalable. Once you demonstrate.
Yeah. Citation, please.
I just want to point out that the biggest boats ever in the world, there's one of them is an oil tanker was like a kilometer long. That pretty much trumps the tree.
Demonstrate the physical mechanism with science, then that's the mechanism, right?
What's the mechanism?
Like, I don't have to. Sleeping Warrior doesn't have to go grab the world's biggest piece of wood.
Here we go again. Well, who are you, Jimmy? 2 times?
Wood and make it float before his experiment proves the density relationship. That's an insane, like, to claim that it would just change when things get bigger. No, you would have to introduce a ton of electrostatics, and in theory,
a ton of chemical bonds. How are you going to do that?
How do you introduce?
Sleeping Warrior just needed a little. So yeah, salt. That's it.
Now, Flatsy, ask the question. Very pertinent.
Yeah, how do you introduce electrostatics? That sounds crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. It's moronic.
No, because I've got a big freaking bag of intramolecular bonds sat here right now. I'm just going to put it on top of the wood. I'll make it float.
Somebody call the cops.
Here you could. You'd have to be a millionaire, and you'd have to, you know, be a go to jail for war crimes.
And go to jail for war crimes.
You'd have to be a millionaire.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, where does he come up with this stuff?
I don't know. It's pulled it out of his head. It's pretty funny. You have to be a millionaire, and you'd go to jail for war crimes.
The reason I have a down.
This is where you know this gentleman's a stooge. Okay.
Yeah.
If you or me, okay, and you're being asked to like describe physics, which is where we're kind of at. As much and as fun as it was, Anthony's egg experiment isn't a place of validation. This guy thinks it is. This is the world he lives in, which sadly is a kind of a flat Earth YouTube world where the standards of proof, just that it destroyed Bob, so it must have some truth to it. So I'll cite it. Yeah, as fun as Anthony's sticking on a lab coat and a pair of glasses and putting some salt in water and didn't prove anything. This guy seems to think if Anthony did that, but with a really big egg in the sea and a giant battery, then that would validate it.
And a giant battery.
This is the retarded we're at. And the level of argumentation this guy can present. Not based in understanding of knowledge. It's based in previous YouTube videos he's seen. Because his programmers have told him this is a point of validation, attack this. This is where I look at the shillery. When we look back retrospectively of how these guys deal with stuff. Wow.
I want a pterodactyl egg and an Energizer bunny.
Let me finish. Because this is a bit like the Antarctica stuff.
Hurry up!
Kill your beans, homeboy. Over the years, and with the Antarctica, 24-hour Antarctic sun, what does it prove? Nothing to his flat earthers. But to his anti-flat earthers, the point of addressment was that. Look at this guy here. He's raising it with Brian. He actually thinks Anthony's egg experiment, which fundamentally, to anyone of any intellect, was a piss take. Comprehend the piss take that you were given, Bob, particularly when he strapped a battery to it, you retard. This guy thinks this is Let me finish, Brian. This guy thinks this is a point of rebuttal, of proof of some substantiability. It's nothing, mate. You're addressing something that was put to you, idiots, who didn't understand stuff that we laughed at, and you think you need to address it, or, in this case, use it as a point of validation. Now, other than it being demonstrable that we accept the null, yeah, strapping a battery to an egg in water does nothing, yeah, what's your point?
He'd have to kill you.
What he's actually trying to do, Adam, is he knows that what Anthony did, right, proved relative density from a scientific point of view. There's scientific evidence for relative density after that, right? He knows this. So now he's trying to change the standards where what he's doing with the Van de Graaff generator is somewhat on par with what Anthony's doing. And me talking about, or him saying he'd have to kill me with such charge, that is no different than him saying to Anthony, you haven't really proven it until you come up with a giant tree that floats on water. Right? This is what he's at. He's trying to change the standards, because that's what he needs to do, right, to promote the rubbish he's pumping out there.
Why I have a downward bias in air is not because of charge, it's density differential. So if it was a charge situation, then you should be able to add in charge, the same amount of charge that you're saying will kill me, I should have on me now, and I should be dead.
No.
I should be experiencing that same charge now. Because if it's purely charge, then the reversing of that charge should cause me to go up and not kill me.
That's my question, right, Brian? How much charge is on that dildo?
Oh, brother!
Ew.
What's happened?
I've had enough.
Why is there a person?
I've had enough. That was a boxing bag that was hanging. I don't want to hear it, Adam. That was a boxing bag that was hanging up. There's a problem with the chain, right? And I can hang that up if I want anyway.
But there's a curtain in front of it now that appears to be made of like old tights.
No, it's down at that point. It's not up anymore.
What's the brown shading then?
Why are we talking about that?
Why
are we talking about something that was hanging in my room behind me? That's a perfectly normal thing to someone to have in their house. No different than having a treadmill. Can we get back to the video?
Yeah, you're right.
Now you're Now you're preaching to the choir.
But you have to overcome your relationship with the air. Okay, so it's not just like there's not some magic electrostatic charge pulling
electrostatic charge, unbelievable,
everything down to the earth. It's that there's a slight downward bias towards the earth, because when things get
biased towards the earth, where
charged up, that's where they ground. Just like if I take an object and I ground it on the earth, right? As soon as I take the ground off, it starts charging back up. Well, where's that charge coming from? From the air.
Electrostatics.
So we're constantly interacting with the medium. Of
course, he doesn't know what static means.
An electrostatic interaction. And that's
there you go.
Also what density is. That's what the relationship is. But in order to make you float, I'm going to have to overcome whatever 200 pounds that you are.
200?
You couldn't do that. You'd have to be a member of the mafia. What kind of idiot are you?
Right? I'm going to have to overcome that. So that's a lot of electrostatics. You could.
I can get you that much. No problem.
Do it.
Man.
You could.
You know a guy.
Make flying cars.
What?
I have to say it because it's noteworthy. Arwen in the BALLBUSTERS text chat said all this talk of electrostatics is making my neck hairs stand up.
Cars. You could make your phone fly.
You
right?
can make your phone fly.
Floats, and if you introduced enough, it could keep going up.
Here we go. Now the
That's no
phone's
problem.
flying. This is what's up.
You want that much electrostatics? I can sort you out.
Yeah, I bet you could.
It would be a lot of electrostatics, but that's our
It's no problem with it. I'm your man. I can sort it.
our point is that it's super weak, and then
You got a chemical bond dealer.
density buoyancy relationship is so much stronger of effect that it just goes up and down. But what sets the up and down?
Your sister.
And it's the electro.
Swipe the Jaren line.
What's that?
That was the little Jaren line when Jaren was talking about this crap.
Yeah.
And he said, you know, we don't even have to talk about electrostatics because we know that relative density sets the pattern, and we don't even have to talk about electrostatics. So, but you're mad. But at the same time, he was mad that we weren't talking about electrostatics.
Statics.
And you heard what Winston just said?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
this is
The grand.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Hold on. He's got the up and down set. If I followed along correctly, a lot of nonsense to keep up with
Thanks.
polarity. Correct. Right. So he's baiting and switching polarity, which is best and in and out, if you like, but it's not setting up and down. Bollocks.
Yeah, it's all bollocks. Yep.
Phone again as the example, right? The density of this, the density, which
Here
means the
we go.
amount of compacted matter within this volume, right, is way greater than the surrounding medium. Now, when you say there's a slight downward bias, there is, for my phone, if you're saying,
Hey, Brian, this looks like a ceiling fan up here. Did you get something caught? Was this like a potato bag up here that got caught in the fan?
No, it wasn't a potato bag. But if you zoom in on it, you'll see that that's actually sellotape, a type of sellotape that I was taping the apparatus to the ceiling with that didn't work.
Stop. You don't want to hear it about your.
Why are we even focusing on this thing? I'm poor, okay? I'm poor. There you go.
Brian,
Yeah.
Brian, right, it's important. I've had to go to HD and full enlarge the full screen. What appeared to be a little curtain being built out of like tights in front of your ceiling strap on it's a shadow. It just looks very different, and it keeps drawing the eye.
He went to Adobe and had to blow it up.
He had to do it.
Make it out.
Brian,
Like,
you
why
should have just hung your bag with electrostatics, bro.
Well, I shouldn't have taken it down at all.
No. It's the only point of interest in all of this.
Yeah, it is.
The rest of it is nonsense.
The rest of it is retarded.
to say the description that electrostatics.
What about you?
density,
You're
right?
having to
So, yes,
pause.
Shut up, Adam.
Pause.
There is
No,
a greater
I'm not
amount
gonna
of
shut up.
electrostatics. Let's just say
Pause,
created this.
pause.
I'm going to mute you.
Out the goddamn video. Yeah? Right, none of this.
No swearing.
Hearing of critiquing of you. This is just of interest is what's going off in your room. Yeah? The rest of it is
that is focusing on me in the negative. Okay,
No, it's not. You're not listening.
It needs a painting. It needs a few things. I get that. Can we get back to the video?
No.
This is more interesting. He already got it.
No.
Yeah, he understands.
And if you had a painting up, I'd be looking at the painting. That's the point. What this idiot is spouting, like I said earlier, is so beyond retarded. It's not even worth listening to.
What would happen if somebody who had an A-level physics was listening to this, Adam? We'd like to know.
You know what I think they'd do if they were coming into this arena to see whether flat Earth was true or not? Somebody with an education above A-level go to this. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's. But if they didn't, what they might start to do after realizing that neither of these guys were particularly teaching you physics or chemistry, they'd start to look at why that thing was hanging from Brian's ceiling.
It's then created the surrounding air, this immediate surrounding air of my phone. But that doesn't mean, are you, like, this is the thing. are you saying that the reason the phone is going down is because there is a greater amount of electrostatics compacted in a concentration in my phone?
It certainly is part of it, yes. that would be the density aspect.
But then when things go up, right? So what you're actually doing is, this is what I hear you saying, is you're claiming that the cause of it is density, but density
that he's retarded. That's what you're hearing.
Is caused by electrostatics.
Look at his face.
Well, that's part of it. There's also
how can you add in charge and change the polarity? At that point, see, when you start adding in, remember when you said, I'd have to add enough charge that would kill you. But at that point, if charge would change the polarity, then the cause is not density. It has to be charge.
Okay, so technically, density is charge. It's like based on charge.
Electrostatic charge.
That's when he was. That's when he knew he was pissing in my face.
Yeah,
that's pissing in everybody's face, particularly those that are educated about A-level standards. You think, Huey? Yeah. And technically, charge is density. Yeah, what? What?
Yeah. Yep. He needs to be institutionalized and frontal lobotomized. I don't even think that would help.
That's why even in their stupid equation where they use mass, they have to use charge to mass ratio. They use charge to even quantify mass,
Oh, God, he's giving us, those are 4 meat hooks.
In order to have density, you have to have charge. All of it is charge. Everything in the world is electric.
Everything is charged.
It's held together by charge. The air is charged, the medium's charged, or whatever it is.
Your sister's charged.
Whether it's water, air, you name it, plasma, it's all charged.
You name it. Noble gases.
Apple iPhones.
The object has a charge.
No.
And
rubber
interacts, and then the pressure mediates, and it goes up.
It's a pressure mediation routine.
Up or down. Now, we also have charge building up in this air, right? And so that
really
creates a slight downward electric current, and it's
really? Is that electrostatics?
Measurable. We can run generators on it.
You can.
He's just contradicted himself.
No.
Because now he's back to bringing in this charge aspect, whereas his claim before was density that was created by, incorrectly from him, charge.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Not chemical bonds. Right? In his mind, it's charge because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yep. You got it.
So it was density, right? The density of the phone in relation to the density of the air, all due to electrostatics, which he thinks is static electricity. But now it's charge. That's what the point I brought up with him there. He's flipping between two things. Are you claiming the density or are you claiming the charge?
Correct. He's flipping. Yep.
And so what I don't get is how it's not science. Like I have a naturally occurring phenomenon.
He's got a naturally occurring phenomena.
What he's claiming here is because of the density of the air and the charge they build up, and there will be a natural flow to the charge. Now, we all know that the ground, earths things, doesn't it? And in that, what he's invoking is that this electrostatic charge means everything flows this way because the earth grabs things. Inflating the two things.
Yeah.
There's a huge, and this is again allowing the premise that electrostatics means electrostatic electricity or electrostatic charge. Different things. He continues without interruption and clarification for the bullshit he's given, and he's allowed to continue to these things. These things might make sense, and unless you are prepared to engage in full Ethereanism and see the contradictions and the conflation, it's embarrassing, dude.
What about to an A level?
I don't know. When you do see it, what it's not embarrassing anymore. You see that there's somebody who's a liar, cheat, and a deceiver. If you are educated beyond A-level standards, and understand this stuff and bother to listen to the diatribe that comes out of this guy as he pisses in Brian's face.
No.
If you look at it, you see what you've actually got.
Is Mr. Magoo. That's what we got.
Koresh. He's David goddamn Koresh. He wants to take you to a holding pen in Texas and wait for the feds to arrive.
No swearing.
David Koresh.
Bumblebees charge up, and then the pollen from the flower levitates and clings to their body. So even though the pollen's more dense in the air, it goes up and clings to the body. I can walk outside, take a slow motion camera, and watch a bumblebee do.
Let's see it. I want to see that. And show me the electrostatics.
Is that in nature, right?
Is that? Yeah, that's electrostatics. That's what he's saying.
Just like my hair sticks up in nature. So now I want to know what
the hell are you? Shut up!
No, I'm confused. Oh,
well, you were confused when I met you.
I know, but I just clarification purposes. Number one, I'm a very confident heterosexual man. Number two, I am confused as to whether we're talking about a charge on a surface, which would mitigate what we're saying, or what we've previously discussed, which is the electron sharing between two atoms forming a bond.
And we already figured that out. He's conflating the two.
And Adam's saying that he's a very confident heterosexual man. It was making me think he's not.
Continued cockwaffle needs continued reassertment of the confused definitions at which it wants you to accept as confused. So you move forwards. No. Go back and ask the definition. When we say electrostatics, do we mean static electricity or are we talking about bonds between individual atoms?
He doesn't differentiate.
In a molecule.
They're the same to him. He's a moron. That's the whole problem.
That's the cause.
It's the whole problem
of things going up or down. I see that there's an electrostatic variable in nature.
Really? You see the electrostatic variable in nature? Where at? Take a picture of it.
All objects are electrostatic.
Yeah,
now
electrostatic variableogram.
Yep.
Where we all see it.
Yep.
Tosser, liar, deceiver.
Yep.
Yeah? That sentence, QE, there exemplifies it. Imagine me or you saying that. We all no, we don't, Witsit. You just want people to accept that point to move on with your bullshit. That's why you're a liar and a deceiver, sir. Yeah. People ask, where does he lie? Listen, it's in front of you right now, people.
He's not lying. He's just making...
quantify. You may want to quantify in your own soft woke world that's not a lie.
No,
That's
he's
a
not
lie.
lying. He's just Mr. Magoo. He's a clown.
Well done, you woke bastard, you. Yeah? Oh, you beautiful person. You see the good in him. No, he's lying.
No, that's Mr. Magoo.
Let's apply scientific method.
What's the
Dependent variable. Things
Shut up, Adam.
No,
up and or down. I want to figure.
I'm going to ask the co-host to mute you.
I'll mute.
Thank you.
Figure out the cause. I'm going to propose a hypothesis, cause and effect relationship test. My hypothesis is the electrostatic.
The what? Stuttering fool?
Causes objects to go up or down.
So chemical bonds cause objects to go up and go down. You need to be institutionalized.
And then I'm going to manipulate my independent variable.
What's the independent variable?
Well, static electricity.
Ah!
Look at his face. Look at his face.
Yeah.
That's a good pause.
Yeah.
Right at the right time when he's saying something stupid.
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead. I'll allow you to come off mute, Adam.
Oh, I muted myself, and I'd already.
Nope, you're good. I'm giving you a J.
Oh, good. Let the freaking idiot speak. Right, off you go, people.
No, I got it. I gave you a J. Here you go. It's all for you.
Let's go up and or down. I want to figure out the cause. I'm going to propose a hypothesis, cause and effect relationship test. My hypothesis is the electrostatics causes objects to go up or down. And then I'm going to manipulate my independent variable of static electricity.
That's it, folks. That's it.
Yeah, I understand why you stopped it there.
Yeah. Yep. He thinks.
Can I say?
Don't.
Can you say
Restore
it?
my faith in humanity, right? Not Brian, not QE. Somebody summarize why I've been so frustrated the past half hour. Please.
Soko.
Please.
Soko.
Soko.
What's happening here is his
Not Brian, not
Right.
QE.
Well, hang on,
Somebody.
you're not QE. You don't tell me what to do here.
I'm not telling you. I was.
If you tell me to shut up, QE, I will.
I'm not telling
going
you to
on here?
talk. The point of my question was to give you credit. So I'll ask it again. Not Brian, not QE. Why? Somebody, please, generally from Discord or even in chat, tell me why I'm so frustrated here, guys. This is frustrating. Yeah.
Then confirm.
Not Nate, not Brian, not QE, and not Nathan with a smart ass non sequitur.
I love how.
You're probably frustrated, mate, because you're waiting to see the phone levitating like the rest of us.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? This stream, Brian said, just like QE would do in any other case, he said, "Shut up, flat feet." So I've had a really good time this stream.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. This moron just he's out of his mind. He's out of his mind. He conflates static electricity and electrostatics. It's so retarded. It's almost indescribable with language.
Where do you get a vinegar generator?
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Where do I get a vinaigrette generator? And bumblebees don't attract pollen to them. They actually go in a flower and get it out. But where does this guy come from? I'm serious. Where did he get
They have little. They do have little hairs on their legs that the pollen sticks to, and they take it back to their beehive.
Blatsy, this is a family show.
They take it back to their beehive, and they make this bread for the young.
Yummy. Yeah, I was just wondering where Wissick got his whole idea that static electricity pulls the pollen up off the flower magically. And poof.
My dog stepped on a bee.
Yeah, Beast Jedi mind tricked you into thinking static electricity is his claim when his original claim is electrostatics. He's got you off the beaten path. But it's still stupid with that path too.
And as I manipulate that variable, it actually causes objects to go up or down or change weight or how fast they fall. So now I have a naturally occurring observable phenomena. I have a hypothesis with an IV and a DV. I control the variables of density, the medium, different things.
Can I say it, QE?
What?
That his DV and IV are the same thing.
Yes, they are. Yep.
Yeah. Now I didn't point that out here, but they are the same thing.
Now they are.
He thinks they are.
Now
he thinks they are.
Exactly, he thinks they are, but he's conflating electrostatics and static electricity. He thinks they're the same. So yes, you're correct. That's what he thinks, which makes him an abject moron.
I've now performed science to show that electrostatics, static electricity, has a direct.
There you go. That's it. Static. He just made it. He just made the claim. Okay. So you guys won't see this. Just relax, Adam. He finally explicitly stated that they were the same. So let's take a look at this. So all molecular intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, right? From Purdue. It gives you examples: dipole, London, dispersion, hydrogen bonding, van der Waals forces. We already know. So if we put them all together, covalent, ionic, metallic, dipole forces, London dispersion, hydrogen bonding. We can just call those van der Waals forces. He thinks that they're static electricity. So, okay, so what we do is we go over here and we ask Adam's wench. Or let's just pick one. Covalent bonds that caused by static electricity. Nope. There you go.
Right. No, stop. Stop. This is my point that QE ridicules me for. So I'll reiterate it now. Now, anybody who is educated to A-level standard about chemistry or physics, and they saw a bunch of flat earthers asking themselves the question, are covalent bonds caused by static electricity? They'd laugh at us and go, you bunch of retards.
Yep.
Your primary school, you're not worthy of my effort into, i.e., what if you're actually asking that question, then the rest of your opinion with regards to physics is worth naught.
Exactly.
Understand?
You got it. Yep.
Embarrassing.
You're on it. That was.
So I got one more question for you, Huey. Does that set a bias at all? Would it, if it doesn't bond it, it won't set a bias, would it?
I'm not following. I'm not following your question.
Well,
what?
Well, the question is, static electricity doesn't set the bias which direction things go in. That's what I'm asking.
No, static electricity. He's getting confused between static electricity and electrostatics. Is what he's doing.
Okay. Electrostatics really don't set the bias.
There is no bias.
Electrostatics. Number one, there is no bias. That's a reification fallacy. Number two, chemical bonds don't set any directions. No.
There is no bias. Why does hot dense matter go up?
Electrostatics.
Maybe.
We're continuing.
I was trying to make a joke involving Google Maps and electrostatics setting directions.
It didn't. You didn't
I
make
couldn't
it.
get it to work.
Yeah, you didn't get it.
Direct cause and effect relationship with things going up or down.
But your hypothesis is
an abject train wreck.
Your hypothesis is skewed because I remember you saying this to me before a year ago, and it was pointed out to me that I missed it, and I did miss it. Your hypothesis is that you observe electrostatics, right? That's your observed effect.
He ain't observing any electrostatics, that's for sure, and that's not an effect.
Is electrostatic. Your DV is electrostatics, and your IV is also electrostatic.
You caught him. Look at the look on his second.
In this one I did. It was the last one I did.
Look at the look on his face. Let's see what he says.
You can't.
No.
Like, what is your observed phenomena?
Things go up or down.
Things go uppy and downy.
Just like my observed phenomena is this.
That is not what he was claiming.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Things go up and down. Didn't he say you could naturally observe the electrostatics? Where was that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Just pause. Take a moment. What is it? Things go. This is where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah? Ryan's got him. Oh, let's get to a pertinent philosophical. What is your observed phenomena? Things go up or down. What's the cause of things going this way
up or down,
or that way? Oh, so not doing a observed phenomena then. Eh? What? Listen to the guy. He's pissing in your face.
No downward bias now.
Yeah, there's no more downward bias.
Every sentence is an indictment of himself.
Adam, he forgot about his downward bias.
I know. What's your observed phenomena? Well, stuffed apples go up and down. What's the cause of that?
You know what, Adam? Anybody with an A level in physics would be disgusted looking at us as flat earthers.
No, that's an indictment of you as a human being. If you don't realise that the observed phenomena is something going up and down, and there's the same cause of it going up is the cause of it going down. Shows you don't understand science. You don't understand how this guy's trying to mug you off. Yeah?
It goes up and down with a downward bias. Don't worry.
And the upward bias that makes it go up at the same time. Remember, the same cause.
No, it only displays the upward bias when it goes down. When it's going up, that's when you got the downward bias, brother. Come on, keep up.
I have a question for you. Hot air balloons. How does a static electrics cause it to go up? What's its bias?
It doesn't.
How does it happen?
It's electrostatics.
We stop mocking this, right? Many men died to create that amount of electrostatic force to get those balloons in the air.
Electrostatic force to move the balloon, but it's static.
Same as sleeping warriors.
Right, and your IV is what?
I was wondering where he got his
static electricity
DV from in the first place. But if you have your DV and your IV as the same thing, would that be saying that the cause of the thing he sees is by seeing it?
I guess you can think about it that way. Or seeing the hypothesis.
Saying if the causal influence of electrostatics, then the effect of electrostatics, also static electricity, all at once, same thing.
Yeah, listen to this one.
Just like my observed phenomena is the same as sleeping warriors.
Right, and your IV is what?
Static electricity.
Pause. Right.
Anthony didn't vary static electricity.
When you go forwards in 2 or 3 years, as you move forwards and people ask you stuff to validate stuff, when have you said, well, it's the same as sleeping warriors?
That's what I do.
What? It's not to indict Tony here, because he's my friend, yeah? What the piss? Tony's not Einstein. He put an egg in salty water to take the piss out of you guys. What are you doing citing him with it?
Doesn't get it. That's the problem. No, you summed it up beautifully, right? Anthony was taking the piss out of the ballers, right? Now, he was legitimate in what he was saying because it was literally formulated into a legitimate hypothesis. But he was still, as Adam puts it, taking the piss out of the ballers.
Yep.
Now, Witsit has picked up on this and gone, oh, well, that's legit. No. There's no positive claim for us to make, nothing to explain. They've got a positive claim of gravity. Anthony's taking the piss out of them.
Can I just state, because I think there's people that may not realize this, that might be listening to this. Electrostatics and static electricity are not the same thing. But Witsit thought they were and arrogantly went around claiming that they were.
I've been
right, he didn't realize that he was wrong.
I've been stressing this.
People out there,
I think I've been stressing that point for the past 2 hours. Do you think that there's people out there that haven't got it yet?
No, because it could still be confusing, you see. It could still be confusing because electrostatics and stuff, because even if you look up electrostatics, I remember looking up electrostatics or something to do with electrostatics and static electricity online, and Google gave me, electrostatics and static electricity. So there's a stupidity out there.
Oh, hold on.
Witsit is not alone in that.
I'm going to write this down. Electrostatics is not static electricity. Gotcha.
Yeah, you will get that because there's many Google sources. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. I mean, you just got to think about it. You got to boil it down to its summary parts. What is electrostatics? Well, they're intermolecular and molecular bonds, right? It's static. Yes? And then you got to say, okay, bonds. I'm not done yet. They're chemical bonds. Exactly. So then you take those and you say, are these bonds static electricity? And then they say no, because they're not. Because it's stupid.
Oh, okay. So when Googling, don't be a numpty.
Yeah, when Googling, don't be a numpty.
No. When Googling, investigate the meaning of every word. So we've just spent a little bit of time beautifully understanding the term electrostatics, elucidated by QE. Now, electrostatic electricity. Google that and see if the two definitions are commensurate. If they're not, and don't allow anybody to mug you off and use those two terms as if they mean the same thing as they try to explain reality from their glue-sniffing world that they come from.
Yep, I'm sure
you do. It's your fault.
Yeah, you'll get it'll be amateur night out there if you punch it in a search engine and try to go just with the surface terms. I'm sure many people will screw it up. Many institutions will screw it up. But if you walk into a chemistry department, any chemistry department, they'll laugh in your face.
Just ask somebody with an A level in chemistry.
That's what you got to do. You got to ask somebody with an A level.
No, at least higher. I think you know.
I think A level would take care of it. Although I'm not.
No, I think actually no.
I don't know, maybe lower. Maybe just a city in guilds or a BTEC.
I think if you've got
if we
one lens
swimming here now,
yeah. That's a good idea, Brian. Right when Adam's talking, just to start over talking to him. That's a good idea.
Well, he does it to everyone else.
Brian,
and that
first,
justifies it.
You first.
Yes. No, Adam, you go ahead. Come on. I'm going to mess it.
No, because you've ruined my joke. Because you
My dog stepped on a bee.
Don't let them bully you.
Hey, nobody's bullying anybody. We're friends here. See how we're sharing the mic. Me and Brian's got no beef.
Right, stop talking.
We know
One,
we're going to be giving. We're going to be giving. See,
one,
we're going to be giving.
Two.
Before Nathan or QE interrupt. We won't. You're not going to get a civil war between the English and the Irish, QE.
I'm not.
Did you stop streaming?
One.
No.
Two. I guess you could keep talking.
That will never, ever lose its flavor.
So, right. So, how are you going to formulate this? How are you going to manipulate static electricity to cause things to go up or down? Because, in fairness,
he's going to rub a balloon on his head.
Anthony, right, can show that same effect in many different ways.
See,
with
that's
all
an
different things.
important question, right? Okay. How hard do you have to rub a frog against your head to get it to levitate? Or Brian's mobile phone. How hard and what rate would he have to rub it against his hair to get
It's
it
a family
to
show.
It's exactly, Adam. This is a family show. Fuck. One.
Yeah,
two.
Of different sizes. He can show that. Right?
My
I mean, he just needs to
it.
show you a photograph of a container ship on water. That's all he needs to really do to support what he showed in his, like, he did prove by adding density you cause this egg to go up. That is true. He did do that. That is proven.
Okay, so what's the difference?
What are you going to manipulate? How are you going to like what are you going to do to cause something to go up or down?
I'm going to manipulate static electricity.
Of course.
All right, I can't take it anymore. I can't do it. I'm sorry. That's it.
This is not fair. This is not fair to accept a reasonable person of a substantial intellect to have to sit through this shit. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
You need to go on. You need to play on. You need to know what's there.
No, not today. Nope. I refuse.
It's not that, Brian.
We'll do it.
Listen to what I'm saying.
We'll do it Tuesday. I'm not.
We will.
No, we won't.
Yes, I will.
And what significance, and you may have already answered this and I've forgotten, but what significance is inter and intramolecular forces for the Globers to understand? Like, why do they need to know this?
Because I told you before, Flatsy, he's dogging them out so he can connect electrostatics to dielectric and coherent acceleration, the downward bias. How many times I got to tell you that? Didn't you ask me that before?
Yeah, I said I might have forgotten because it's still not clicking in my head.
Yeah, he's already doing it. Now, he's just briefly done it a little bit here. But in the end, he's going to use electrostatics for his incoherent dielectric acceleration down. That's what he's going to do.
Yeah, but what was the significance when you introduced this to him for the Globers?
I wanted him to swing the Globers around by their short hairs.
You're not answering her.
I did.
No,
because,
I think you don't understand Flatsy's question. Flatsy doesn't understand why you gave him that. If you didn't realize at the time that he was actually going to use that incorrectly and go into dielectric acceleration, did you?
Right. What was the correct thing that it was supposed to be used for?
He was trying to stress to them, he made a point to them, and they laughed at him when he said all matter is held together by electrostatics. Right? Now, he didn't have any support for that, so I gave that to him. Follow? That's it. That was it.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was it.
Okay, yeah, that's what, that was it. I wanted to understand the origin of all of this.
Yeah. In that, you understand that it's overarching. That is the fact that it's about ether in the air. Everywhere I look around, ether is in the air. Every sight and every sound. I don't know if I'm being foolish. I don't know if I'm being wise, but it's something that I just must believe in. It's there when in your eyes.
Ether is in the air.
Yeah, this was good enough.
Stop. That's the difference. No, it's not. And so when he invokes that, no. He's cited the ionic forces. There are forces that are at play. No. What he's trying to invoke is this overreaching, arching force. Somehow, then, due to some kind of electrical current, means things behave in a certain manner because of those things. There are these things, as we've described. There are electrostatic forces, inter and intramolecular bonds. There are electrostatics that are built up onto. There is a voltage potential differential between the surface, the grounding point, and anything else. All these things are accepted facts. None of them have any link to each other, or we await to see any causation between the two. Yeah, there isn't. There's not even correlation at best, if I'm being honest here.
No,
yeah,
there isn't, Adam. No.
It's just these observed phenomena, or not even phenomena. Well, yeah, they are phenomena, yeah, and you can observe them. But to try and think that you can interlink these observed phenomena and say that one is the cause of the other is the retardedness here. Yeah, some of them
somebody's obviously got an A-level in physics.
I'm nearly done. Okay, I'm nearly done. Right. Some of them, right, if you didn't have GCSE or A-level chemistry, you might think we're interlinked and had a chord. But for those that have ears to listen, no, you're a duplicitous lying scrote. It's here to deceive people. And the way you behave and what you present, anybody that is educated above A-level standard shows you're a liar, sir, right? And an ignorant liar. Yeah? That's all you're presenting to people of a certain level. Now, you may be able to mug off certain people who haven't bothered or had to learn A-level chemistry. That doesn't mean they're ignorant. It means they haven't had to bother to learn that shit. At best, all you're doing is mugging off people that haven't had to learn shit that doesn't prove.
That's enough. That's enough. We're losing bits. Nathan, let's go. Take us home.
Oh, we're going home.
Yeah.
Nathan. He wants my story about my sister and the rabbi at the foothills of Antarctica.
No.
Am I reading the room right?
25 minutes.
Is he reading the room
Can
right?
I just say, before we finish, just so people know, Witsit here wasn't being outright dishonest. He just didn't know what he was talking about.
No, really?
Yeah, because Adam is saying he's a duplicitous lawyer.
Yeah.
But I don't want people to get confused. Yes, he is. But in this instance, he thought he knew what he was talking about.
They're not. Adam didn't Jedi mind trick the audience. They're not. Witsit is Mr. Magoo. Thanks. Nathan, take us home.
No, don't take us home, Nathan.
I'll
Don't let him
say,
do it.
sister and the rabbi, they were very, very involved with one another. In love, you might say.
I'm going to mute you.
Huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you for smashing this chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing. And of course, a massive thank you to all of the BALLBUSTERS panel for joining us and making the live show possible. And I don't think we had any participation from anybody from the public. A couple of bits and bobs. So, yeah, massive thank you to all of you joined for the public participation part of the BALLBUSTERS show. If I can get my words out. Of course, a massive thank you to our illustrious host, Quantum Eraser. I've been Nathan Oakley, and we'll see you all in the next BALLBUSTERS.
Yeah.
Step up in this game like I'm hammering nails. Burst a flat plane, listen up, I'll tell you tales. Home Depot vibes on my tools, no fails. Level up my vision while the world just derails. Sharon said it first, now I'm chasing the truth. First wanna know, is he shilling or aloof? Now I'm flexing with the facts while they playing the fool. Flat earth, no curve, I'm breaking all the rules. Earth is my life. Home Depot got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. Rolling deep through Antarctica, you know what's up. Snowflakes in the air, yeah, we sipping from the cup. Well, Duffy said, trust me, I came out of the blue. Started from the hustle, now I'm building my crew. Wait, I'm stacking up truth like I'm lumber from the store. Got the blueprint, baby, I'm ready for war. See the horizon straight, no dip in my sight. Thug life on the flat, bringing knowledge to the fight. With this line, Home Depot got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So I'm here to break walls, I'm kicking down doors, hash street life, I'm hustling, what's mine is ours. A whole new vision, we gon' stack and we gon' rise. With my crew by my side, we defy all the lies. Earth is life, Home Depot got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on a 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on our 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. Like a home